Classic. 30 bars of lead in into the song. I gotta clean up the desk. I gotta clean up the table over here. I gotta get the felt out of here. That needs to go with the green screen. I've unfortunately not been able to do a comedy stream with the green screen yet. That's for roommates doing Zoom calls. Apparently they're so embarrassed to the rest of the house that they have to blank out the entire background with a giant green screen. But that means that I got a giant green screen, and so I haven't been able to play with it quite yet. One day I'll figure out what to do. What to do. Ooh, what you say? Let's see. Okay, RC car stuff. Let me get back to the RC car stuff soon. That's gonna come back. We'll come back. Water cooling stuff out of the way. I had the water cooling stuff out to work on the control board. Try to clean it out. Oh god, it's disgusting. Yeah, I need to wash out the whole water cooling system. It's got some gross stuff in it right now. I'll have to spend some time with like some pipe cleaners or something. Cause yeah, it's like nasty in there. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what got in there. It's like weird stuff. Sir Fugglesang, hey. Happy Friday. Wait, what? Schmide? Subbing? F12 to delete the annoyance. What is this? Static? Fan TV. What the hell is that thing? Ugh. It's a Bob Ross Kappa? Weird. I agree. Kinda. I don't know. Hey, thank you guys for the subs. Sir Fogelsang for 12 months. Schmide for 37 months. On a streak. Holy shit. And then Jacose for 26 months with a 15-month streak. That's pretty awesome, you guys. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that. I haven't been in any streams where they've been spamming the Afro emote. God, my shirt is... I'm starting to have to do the Picard maneuver. The tug down on the front of the shirt means I'm getting fucking fat. It's not a good look. I'm gonna start cutting down on everything. Everything. Fucking pandemic killing me. Can't really blame the pandemic as much anymore, huh? Silly Russell, 47 months. Holy shit, I want to be on the board. Well, too bad. The sub window is spinning in a circle? What the hell? What is Twitch doing right now? Is September over? I'm not even keeping track of this stuff anymore. Hold on, I gotta put stuff away. I gotta clean up a little bit ahead of time, so I can't really catch up with you guys as easily. This don't fall over. Let's see here. I need a nice clean workspace today. I over the break and you know, after the blood stuff, I put sheets of blanking stuff behind the board. The other Lone Star, 22 months with a Prime. Hell yeah, man. Thank you guys so much. Oh, it's the last day of September? Or the last day of September is the last day of September. I don't know. Anonymous cheer. Thank you for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. Get all stuff away. I got all that blood work done. All that blood work. They took 9 fucking vials of my blood. They better have enough to run their stupid tests. They just start testing it for other stuff too. Just test it for whatever. They got enough of the goddamn stuff. Took a bag of it. We're checking to see whether or not my red blood cell count is down far enough for me to get back on some hormones that I appreciate taking. And that'll hopefully get me back into the swing of things, right? Waking up on time, all that jazz. All that good old jazz. Will get me back to exercising. Yeah. Do whatever. I said, do whatever you want, man. Like, whoever wants my blood. If the people off the street want it, you know, power to the people. Looks crusty. Looking around here. All right. Oh yeah, time to put stuff up is Happy Friday. Jesus Christ. All right, sorry, I forgot to do my title. Burn the subs. Y-axis was done. There you go. Actually, it should probably be a little bit more descriptive so we get new people. Why is there dust under my mouse? That's like the worst. Whatever you've been cutting gets under the mouse. Let's retitle this. Let's see. Burn the subs. My wall mount building up my wall mounted subscriber. Now, wall mounted laser etching board. There you go. How deep can that laser cut on the board? It doesn't cut. It doesn't cut. It's not a cutting laser. It is a scorching laser. There's an important differentiation between cutting and what do you call it? Just like it etches, it burns, it sort of turns the outer material into carbon. It goes way deeper than you would think. It takes a lot of sanding in order to like delete a name from the board, like a lot of sanding to delete a name. But that's just what it is. I mean, oops, all right. It doesn't necessarily go very deep, but it does scorch deep into the material. So I could actually, the old board, I could sand it a couple times. Yeah, that was a drop. I missed the garbage can. All right, let's get some of this stuff out of the way. Let's get some of this stuff out of the way. I do have the mechanical shafts for the x-axis, so we could potentially get the x-axis not really ready to go. I mean, I could start getting it ready. Really what we need to do is work on the y-axis. Oh, Noctua card, that's neat. I like it. 220 millimeter Noctuas. That's a lot of Noctua. I use the thin ones though. Those are a little louder. Still, I'd get one. That'd be pretty awesome. 3070 Noctua OC. Does it feature backplate? It's a 3070. I'd settle for a 3070, I guess, at this point. How good is the 3070? I mean, I know a lot of people have been getting them. Yeah, it won't be balls to the wall, but it'll certainly be better than my 1080. I still haven't found a they only make 12 volt. Noctua has some 24 volt fans and some 5 volt fans. Yeah, they got all kinds of fans. What do you mean they only make 12 volt? Make all kinds of voltages for those things. Fan market is weird. Need a lot of weird voltages. Tighten this up. Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah, after that blood test, like I was fucked up. I don't know what happened there. I got major fatigue. I mean, I had a hoagie and maybe the meat on it was bad or something like that. Is that the oh bother? Nah, man, sorry. I'm a rebroadcast. I'm actually pre-recorded. I was pre-recorded in the 90s, and here I am. How's it going, Uncle Phil? How you doing? Yeah, after they took all my blood, I had a hoagie, and then I got like major fatigue. Like I went to bed at like 10 o'clock, slept until like late, too late. I don't know what it was, man. I'm feeling okay now. I'm just a little tired, but I don't know. I don't know what the hell happened to me. I think maybe the hoagie place that I love so much is not as good as I thought it was. Uh, it might have been some bad meat. I don't know. Might have been some bad meat. We gotta remake this Y-axis shit today. That I'd like to do. Because then all the mechanicals are figured out, and all I gotta do is clean out the control board, mount it back up on the wall, and we'll be able to actually do some programming. Be able to get the Python. Yeah, I'm excited for some BTS progress too. The thing that I worked on over the weekend was the following. And the weekend, it's fucking Thursday, and I'm like, this weekend I was working on. No, yeah, this week and the weekend I've been working on masking behind the board with some corrugated black plastic poster board that I have. So that's masking the white wall behind the board, and now the wood kind of pops out a little bit more. Ow, punched a light. I need to mask some of the areas a little better. Actually, what I did is I stuck scrap pieces in there to make the seams less visible. It's a little janky, but I think it works. Yeah, there's a lot of cutting of pieces on there. Uncle Phil, 4 months. You're added to the list. Yeah, all you guys who are subbing right now, the people who activated the hype train. Hype train's gone, but Uncle Phil's still re-upping for the 3-month streak. Hell yeah, dude. Basically, you guys get added to a list, and that list is gonna get shuffled, and that shuffled list is gonna go up on the board first, so that people aren't champing at the bit to be the first person on the board. Nobody is gonna be the first person on the board. It'll be, I guess, randomly selected from that list of people, but yeah. A knee mill? This isn't, no, that's for metal. That mill's metal. Yeah, that mill's metal. It's basically a drill press with an XY table on it. But that milling machine comes from Reddit because I randomly participated in something called the Reddit Millionaire Makers Contest, and I won. Actually won. And so like tons of people contributed like $5 to randomly to a PayPal that I started, and so I got about $1,500 out of it in legal tender, and you know, you could pay a bill with that. You know, you could pay off your credit card with that. I decided that I wanted something physical to like commemorate the occasion, and so I bought this terrible Sieg X3 mill, which the Sieg X3 will get you by, but the one from Grizzly is made out of powdered sintered metal. That's the one that I have. You have to schedule like freight to drop it off and all that stuff. So I ended up getting it, and I got it down here with a furniture mover and the help of a friend, and then I used an engine hoist to put it up on the shelf. It weighs about as much as an American. It's about 350 pounds. It has pretty much just had the Cosmoline wiped off of it, and then it was used for 5 years since then. So I think at some point very soon, we need to take this thing apart piece by piece, and we need to redo all the grease in it and shore it up and just make sure that everything is put together nicely. So that it's a little less wobbly. It wobbles right now, it wobbles a little bit. I can push on the axes and kind of move them a little bit on the DRO. It has become less useful in its jank. It's still pretty useful, but it's you know, it's starting to struggle a little bit. And I would love to replace the motor. I've got a 3-phase motor that I would like to put in there if I can find a VFD or use the Granite Devices controller with that, and then hook it up to the spindle properly. That would be nice to do, because then it would be much quieter. Right now it's got a like a timing belt that it uses, and the timing belt is very loud. It makes loud clicking. It just makes a lot of noise on the system. So if I upgrade it to V belts and I use a 3-phase motor, then it'll be snappy. When I hit stop, it'll stop instantly, and I can very fine-tune the speed while being very efficient in the power. This is some jams. Good jams, good jams. Jamming. Oh boy. I get to figure out what the hell we're doing with this y-axis today. Oh boy, oh boy. What does that entail? I think we gotta cut beams in order to make it work. Hope to tune in for that build. Me too. Me too. Man, I don't want to miss that. I want to cop out and just work on something else today. Just be like, hey, you guys want to build an oscillator circuit? I don't think I can fill that much time with that. I do have a book of circuits. I have a book of old, just like analog circuits that I would love to do like a series with every week. Just pick a different one to try out. That'd be fun. That'd be fun, but we don't have fun here. We don't have fun here in this stream. This stream is not about fun. Yeah, streaming in general, it's not really about fun. Mental health day. Automated camera gimbal. No automated camera gimbals. We don't do that here. The only camera gimbal that I'm going to be making is for Burn the Subs 3. That's like work. I need to be in control of what stuff is, what I'm looking at, because otherwise you guys are just going to immediately dox me. Fucking Twitch, you know? You guys will just find an envelope and dox me for no reason other than the fact that you're not allowed to.
Gonna be a little quiet, maybe. Okay, there we go. I gotta jump on the mic for a few shoutouts. 20 months.
Dead tree carcass. Yes, it is. Talking.
20 months.
Stop it. Metro's awesome. I'm glad he did a stream. Gives us a little bit of new music. Yep. Put the carcass up on the wall. I got that carbon foam up on the wall, and I masked the wall with some corrugated plastic poster boards that I had. They're not very well cut. They're cut to sort of like home building standards, which is sort of like loosey-goosey does it, as long as it fits. You should have destruction days, get some strain relief, or stress relief. Yeah, that's what Fridays are for. That's what the disassembling things on Fridays is all about. I actually got a little stressed out about Satisfactory. My friend and I have been playing Satisfactory, and he's like overly frugal with the belts, and he has no sense of organization at all whatsoever. He has a little bit, but he doesn't care about belt spaghetti, and it stresses me out. So I've had to cut myself off from playing Satisfactory for a bit. I built 5 of those 16 power plant coal burner setups. Have you played Factorio? Factorio is like almost the same thing, except there's a shitload of content compared to Satisfactory. Satisfactory gives you a third dimension, but Factorio has a lot of stuff. Yes, it's unsatisfactory. Yes, thank you everybody for making the same joke at the same time. I reinstalled Factorio today. There goes the next 3 weeks. Yeah, really, right? The thing about Satisfactory and Factorio, the thing that it does is it itches that part of your brain what is involved with making circuit boards. It's the same feeling. If you get your sort of foundation of knowledge up there with circuit boards, it feels very, very similar. You have sort of a lot of freedom, but you can space things a certain way, and you kind of keep that spacing and design in your head and move it to another system. That's like the same, it's like the same thing. You have this many inputs, this many outputs. Here's the rate of this, here's the rate of that. I need those two to meet up. What am I gonna do? What are the tools in my toolbox for the solutions that I know how to do? Let's build that. Yeah, programming and network text, it's all interrelated. That's what it triggers into that point of the brain. So if you've ever debated about whether or not you should build a circuit board for a project, and you love playing Factorio or Satisfactory. Factorio a little bit more so, because Factorio doesn't involve like a lot of third dimension. Does distance ever matter in a circuit like it would for a belt? Don't let Fadanon answer every question, please. Distance matters a lot, because distance has resistance. Distance has resistance. And so you get different resistances over different distances on a circuit board. You're going a long ways, and you've got a lot of turns and stuff. If you get into higher speed things, you've got to be careful about the number of turns and, you know, the how much data you can fit on a certain amount of trace. But it's not quite the same in that you're not really thinking about stuff moving along a signal trace. It's more like the whole signal trace getting to a voltage level at the same time. So there's things you got to worry about with the size of the traces, whereas you don't deal with the size of the belts in a factory game. You don't worry about the size of the belts. You might worry about how much the belt can hold, in which case there's your direct analogy. So if you're putting down 5 belts in order to get a bunch of ore somewhere, you can think of that as running a wider trace in order to get enough current over to a thing. However, if you're dealing with super high speed, everything gets a little weird. At super high speeds, you start to get varying voltage levels on your lines, and it takes very high speeds to get there. So bum 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 bum. This is really boom boom computer music. Kind of like dwell for a coil, yeah, a little bit. And then, you know, people talking about like slow speed signals will start talking about like skin effects on traces and stuff, and a lot of that stuff is very snake oily. A lot of that stuff isn't really what applies, to be fair. And so like a lot of digital signaling and stuff, you don't have to worry about that kind of thing. People do, and they're like, you've got to make sure the traces flow properly. It's like, no, we're not building a modern computer here. We don't need to worry about that. The main reason that people do stuff like meander lines, which is where you have multiple parallel lines and you have one of them like wriggle around, the reason is you want to keep those 4 traces about the same amount of copper, because then they'll all provide about the same resistance and they'll get up to the voltage level around the same time. And that way you can run faster and faster signals across them. Is my explanation anyway. I know that 500 people are now going to read online a counterpoint simply for the very purpose of providing a counterpoint and say that I'm wrong. So it's tough, man. That's the whole point of getting an education in this stuff. That's why you get a degree in it, so that you can sift through that kind of stuff and figure out what the real deal is. Don't trust nobody. Do your own research. I don't want to say do your own research. It's associated with too much bullshit. Where's my 3rd probe? What happened to my yellow probe? Find my belt, my what is it, 6mm belt? I'm waiting for this thing to turn off. Can you guys just like maturely handle one piece of information? Is that too much to ask? Making weird fucking jokes. All right. That's starting to make screaming noises. Yeah, the compressed air isn't the most steady. There you go. Three-phase. I got one probe hooked up to each of these lines, and then That thing is on AC coupling. And so you get sort of that distribution of current from a three-phase motor. That's a fun thing that I like to do with three-phase motors. The little outrunner motors are fun to do that with as well. Because like this thing is tough to spin. I need compressed air to spin it. Does it work the opposite way? Oh, it works way better the opposite way. Holy shit. Yeah. 3 phases. All with distribution, I guess. I don't, what's that degree of separation? What's the phase difference of a 3-phase motor? 360 over 3. Yeah, it's a 120 degree phase difference. Yeah, I know. I didn't expect a pop quiz. I know, but like, you get, this is what I'm talking about with the factory or with the satisfactory shit. Why I'm so stressed out about it is that like, all of a sudden I got people drilling me on fucking math homework, you know? It's like, Jesus Christ, we're just relaxing here. People like laugh at you for not being able to do math suddenly off of the cuff. $36 is not hard to divide by 3, but it's still obnoxious when people are like laughing at you about it. I like doing that with 3-phase motors periodically. All right, you know, this compressor noise is really getting annoying. I don't know if you guys can probably hear it in the background. It's very loud. Let me cool this off a little bit. Come on, you're too warm. You're too warm on the thermals. Calm down. Just cool off a little bit there. All right, it's a little better. Stream Deck, what are you doing so bright? Please cool off. Cool off, Stream Deck. Yeah, cool it. Oh, turbo keychain that you were supposed to spin with your air shuck in the shop. I overspun mine and shot the pin that held the impeller out across the shop. I remember those keychains. It's the same concept, right? If you blow exhaust into this part of the turbo, it'll spin. And then use the other part of the turbo to suck in air. Same design. We're just taking advantage of the airflow in there and moving an impeller either direction apparently, because I can spin it either way. Only this is the easier way because the air gun happens to plug into it. But yeah, spinning up, making power. Pretty cool. All right, put this away. Put this away. We got work to do, and it's getting hot in here. You guys remember the temperature sensor? It's like 80 fucking degrees in here. Sucks. It sucks. It's always 80 in here. All right, shut up, air compressor. Jeez, drama queen. All right, that was a good copyright break in the mix there too. Just the right time. Yeah. Hey, how's everybody doing? I'm back. I had a weird couple days where I don't know, something really fucked me up about that blood test. I don't think it was the blood test. I think it might have been the sandwich place that I went to. I don't know. It might have been some weird food. It's not like I didn't have any like normal symptoms. I just got like massive fatigue suddenly. I don't know what it was. But anyway, I'm all right now. And I was all right to begin with. I just got real tired. I don't know what the deal is. Sometimes you get tired. But I'm back. So anyway, the sandwich test, yeah. I failed the sandwich test. Who knew? We still got Burn the Subs to work on here. Yeah. We gotta work on Burn the Subs. I need to clean up the desk a little bit. My wife gets like that when her iron gets too low. Yeah, but I have high iron, so I don't think that's the same. I don't think it's iron related, although they did take extra blood after already taking blood. It was like 9 vials of blood. I don't think that, I don't know. I think it was the sandwich. Maybe they took all your iron. Yeah, those doctors. I knew it. It's not just no. It's not the fact that it was a sandwich. Okay, I think I think that place might not be. I think it might be time for them to turn over their meat or something. I don't know. It's like a corner market that I really like, though. That's the problem. I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the sandwich. Maybe it's just my glucose levels fucked me up. Shit happens. Why are you making weird reference? I'm just not even going to read that. Okay, so... yes, sketchy shit. The worse the inside of the bodega looks, the better their food is going to be. Anyway, says the guy who maybe got food poisoning. Anyway, the point is, what are we working on today? That wasn't the point. The point wasn't that. What are we working on today? Well, we're a little bit behind on Burn the Subs. Start Soon needs to go away. We're a little bit behind on Burn the Subs, but one of the things that I worked on over the weekend was... the weekend, it's Thursday. One of the things that I worked on was masking out the back of the board. Now, the black corrugated plastic poster board is a little bit too bold, I think. I think it would be better if it was like, I don't know, maybe continuing the purple and black tiles or something like that, but I'm going to leave it the way it is. That board is very light in color, and then the back of the, what do you call it? The back of the wall is white, right? I could have painted the wall black before I did all this. But it makes the maker beam stand out less. It gives the board a little bit of contrast so that it actually shows up in the lights and stuff. I think it looks all right. I'm going to keep it for now. Oh, that was the wrong one. There we go. I'm going to keep it for now. Burn the Subs 3. I mean, maybe we can have a little bit of more of a thonk at what exactly I can put there. I think instead of satin, maybe the matte black surface of black foam core would be better than the plastic. But I think it looks pretty decent the way it is right now. I've got that held up to the, what is it? To the pine planks with little tiny screws. And so I can remove those screws if I need to get behind stuff. I can still remove the board because I kept those H spans, the vertical spans that hold it up, unmasked. So I'll be able to remove those and sand down the board when the time comes. We're still in the testing phase. I still don't trust this thing, and I'm still not going to just fire it up. You can see the control board is actually leaning up against the things there at the bottom of the shot. So that I need to work on a little bit as well. I'm not going to do any big hardware revisions to it, but what I would like to do is to take that and clean it out. I need to brush out the inside of the reservoir. There's some weird stuff in there. I don't know where it came from. I don't know where that came from. I've been putting tap water in it. So maybe I need to, should I do like water and alcohol? Would that keep it cleaner? I don't know. Anyway, I just put whiskey in there, just vodka, straight vodka. No, rubbing alcohol would be what I'd pour in with that. But I have a shit ton of the stuff. From what I hear, alcohol, like people have tried to do alcohol cooling and it doesn't quite work. It like the heat capacity is worse or something like that. Anyway, I'm not gonna go weird for this. I might put a little bit in there as like a bacteria side, yeah, like a biocide, something to keep stuff from growing in the reservoir, which doesn't get any sun, but I don't know. It's got like an ecosystem. So anyway, don't drink alcohol. Check what? Bro, mean? What's that? Wayne Johnson subbing for 18 months. Hey, thank you for the sub. That's as close as your name's going to get to going on the board right now. Just having it overlaid. Your name goes into a database now. Not automatically. I need to... At some point, I'll need to get in there and look at, I guess, Streamlabs to see who subbed between boards. Oh, Lord. And then I'll need to put together a list, and then that list is going to get injected into the board first. So it'll be randomized as well. Might freeze it and crack your block. Power plants use they use mercury, which is insane. 18 months, is that twins? I don't think it works. I don't think twins work like that. I don't think that's how twins work. Anyway, so what we're working on is the y-axis here. We're working on the y-axis. So the y-axis is necessary for me to finish the x-axis because they're all related to one another. No, they don't use graphite as the medium by which to run heat from place to place. I mean, are there liquid graphite? Graphite was the bed at Chernobyl, and that's what, like, reacted so strongly and blew up, right? All right. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not gonna Google stuff right now about that. Liquid sodium? That's interesting. Yeah, liquid salt was one of the... But I know some of them have just mercury as the transfer medium, which is insane. All right, anyway, let's open this up. Let's move the camera back a little bit. Let chat be smart, whatever. You guys are so smart. Nobody is as smart as you guys. All right, so anyway, moving on to the y-axis. Now, I did get parts in the mail. I got parts in the mail. I don't really know what to do with linear bearings, to be honest. I mean, I think we need to pack grease into them, right? That's my understanding. So we're going to have to get the linear bearing. I got a 550 millimeter linear bearing, which just about covers top to bottom of the board. We're going to have to move the limit switches out to where the carts get just about to the end. I'll show you guys here. Let's go over to BTS and I can show you guys. So if we're moving something across here, we're not able to move the height of it. Let me move the controller. Oh, you guys want to see? Dun, dun, dun. What the hell is that stuff? There's just like a growth in there. I don't know. It's like white. Is it salt? Is it like, it might be salt. Anyway, ugh. Condensed salt. Let me see here. Move all this stuff out of the way. And here is, by the way, I ordered this thing thinking that I was spending $38 on two. Nope. One of these is $38. God damn it. So this goes top to bottom. This just about fits all the way from the top all the way to the bottom, which means we need it to go almost to both extremes in order to get names on the board, especially over here where I've made the cut in the wood. I would like for the laser to get all the way over here. Now that gets us right up near the end stops. But if we have the laser hanging over this side just a little bit, that'll be good. But yeah, if we're going to get all the way down here, which we might need a little standoff distance from the bottom here, but we're going to need this thing to go all the way down to the bottom of its full range. So we'll have to consider that when we put the y-axis back together. Let's go back over to the bench. Water softener? Yeah, it might be. I've had the water report from the various pumps that feed the neighborhood. From the water company, they sent me a letter with all that information on it, and our water is clean enough to brew with. Like, it's got all exactly the right mineral stuff in it in order to brew. Gotta be careful when removing these from the end of the thing. So there's assembly lubricant on this thing right now. Cat Zenny, thank you for the follow. So yeah, that didn't remove a lot of it. I do have brake clean that I could use to clean this thing off, but I will need to add my own grease to this before it starts. The other one is rusty. This thing is rusty. It's actually got kind of a rough travel to it. But I think what we need to do is, oh God, do we need to fully disassemble this thing? I think I probably do, because we need it to be on longer rails. Yeah, it's the unfortunately it's the red can type. That was what was on sale. So I've got the chlorines in there, which is not good. I'm a proponent of the green can because it's safer. If you guys haven't seen how linear bearings work, they're pretty cool. Linear bearings are not screws. Linear bearings have a track of balls. This camera is in, hold on. This camera, properties, configure video. Wait a minute, first go to FPS 30, hit OK, go to the properties, unclick all the stuff. The gain is like super high. Look at that, the gain was at like 130, and this is the gain lower, and everything looks good. You son of a bitch. Camera control, all the auto stuff is off at least. exposure. We could do with a little less exposure. All right, there's that, and then all those are good. Click OK on it, and then put the FPS back to highest. Click OK. Notice how all the settings change, even though I didn't tell it to. Configure the video again. My gain is at 150, which I did not tell it to do. Apply that. There. Click OK. All right. So now that my microscope looks normal, I'll brighten that up just a little bit. I can't do it much further than that. It's kind of a little bit dark mode, but yeah. Yeah, the procedure, which has its own command. But yeah, anyway, linear bearings are pretty cool. There's like a little guide rail there to keep all the balls in place. And then those contact at I think 2 surfaces on the on this thing. So MH12, I believe, is the size of the rail, but those little tracks right there are designed to have the ball bearings go through it. Those little tracks are designed to have the ball bearings go through it, and those do like a little circular path inside of this thing. Some of these have grease zerks on them. These are too small, I think, for grease zerks. Those are the screws that hold on the end caps. If you remove the end cap, you're in for a hellish time with ball bearings coming at you. But yeah, they do a little circle in there. The question is, do I need to grease the linear bearings? I'm just gonna straight up Google that. Parchment paper, linear bearings. Maybe accustomed to greasing your linear bearings, but it's not necessary anymore. Ignis linear bearings are designed with this fucking shit. Pisses me off. This pisses me off because this is marketing and it's SEO wank. Basically what they've done is they've paid a company to become the first result in Google as just text. And that text, or maybe Google's just sort of latched onto it and said, it's not necessary to grease your linear bearings. That's not true. That's just this product. It's just this product, and this product puts together like a how-to that's literally just a sales brochure. This is fucking, like, really slimy of them to do. Oh, dear God. No, I don't agree. Fucker. Ditch the grease. But with our product, you don't... Why is this so giant? This is terrible. Ditch the grease. Ensure that the rails or bearings are aligned properly. Space the bearing far enough apart. Be sure the load is not too heavy. But it's like, that's not necessary anymore. Ignis linear bearings are designed with wear-resistant plastic liners that are embedded with a solid dry lubricant, such as PTFE or silicone. One product, and they're putting out misinformation. So, what should be used to lubricate linear bearings? So apparently, yeah, it looks like we do need to just throw some lube on these things. Light loads and high speeds. Well, we're kind of with that. A machine oil or low viscosity grease. Medium loads, NGL 1 or 2. High loads, EP2. I don't have a light machine oil. I've got 3-in-1 that I could maybe use. But I do have red grease, but that's more for like bigger loads, for like human sized things, right? Everybody get your ball and grease jokes out of the way. Jesus Christ. Jeez, you guys are predictable. Yeah, loads, grease, got it, balls, got it. Cat Zenny, hey, thank you for the sub. Generally what we'd be doing here, typically what we'd be doing here is we'd put you up on the board. We'd burn your name with a blue laser up onto the board. Now, right now, obviously, the rest of the board mechanically is sitting on my desk. So there's no chance that I'll be able to get you up on the board right now. However, I'm going to put your name on a list. You're on a list. And we'll put you up on the board when the time comes. Now, because I don't want a mad dash. I don't want a madder dash. I don't want a mad dash for people to be the first person on the board.
So what I'm going to do is, of the list of names that we get, we're just going to shuffle it. We'll use a database thing or whatever in Python. I'll make a Python program that'll put the names in one at a time so that the board will log them going in a particular order. It'll burn them in that order, but it'll be shuffled before it starts going in to the database. So it's like 10 lines of Python code. It's really not that difficult once I get a file with all the names on them. We just need to make sure that all the names are perfect, right? Put me on last. No, you don't have a choice in that. You have nope, I don't take special requests. Put me on the board in Comic Sans. No, I'm not taking requests, guys. This is my project. I have been playing Satisfactory with somebody who's been arguing with me about every single thing that I've done, and I am sick of justifying the way I like to do things. So that's where we are right now. I'm mad at you, chat, because my friend sucks. Anyway, I'm gonna do stuff my way. So yeah, everybody's gonna go in a random fucking order. That'll be fun though. We'll have a day and we'll get a bunch of names on the board, and that'll kickstart the new board. It'll look a little bit more worn in initially, and we've got a list of something like 20 names at this point to go up. Anyway, so the thing is, like, I guess I do need to use grease on these things. So the question is, should I use the red grease on it? I probably will. I'll probably end up using the red grease and just getting that in there. I have a feeling that'll have a little bit more longevity. I just don't want this thing to rust, so I may have to hit the rails with my T9 a little bit. The T9 rust prevention stuff. It's a little bit of a machine grease, but it's also rust prevention. I think that'll work pretty well. I think it's called T9. I forget what this. It comes in a can. GDPR. We're in America, so I don't know. If you guys want to send the EU after me, that would be some good press. Good bad press. If Streamer gets sued by the EU, that'd be kind of funny. I'd probably be out hundreds of thousands of dollars, but hey, if it makes the news. What's going on here and what are we doing? Yeah, we're building up basically my subboard, which is a laser etching table that exists on the wall. Now this is the technical third version. It's really the second version of it. It's version 2.5. So EU fines American nerd 1 billion euros. Jesus, that would be a pledge drive. Nothing's working. Sorry, I had to ruin the board too. Hey, you know, we'll get you up there. That drill a hole. I mean, I've sanded names off of the old board. I'm not going to tell you why. Anyway. All right, let's get to it. I need to figure out what the size of this board is going to be. I couldn't think of a nice thing to say. So, yeah, I got to figure this out. So we need to rebuild this, but longer. That's it. That's all it is. No, I'm not using an epilogue. The hell's an epilogue? No, this is the reason that I chose the title the way that I did. I want to get new people in here. I love you guys to death, but nobody's joined our Discord in 2 months. By the way, I have a Discord. Nobody's joined the Discord in 2 months. And I need to get new people in here. I know it's a revolving door of the same asshats making the same comments, but for people who don't know, I don't just have like a laser etcher that I bought. This is the laser etcher, and this is something that I put together with stuff lying around, right? This is stuff that I had lying around. I had a 1 watt blue laser pointer that I originally put to task in creating the board originally. What this is it's a custom XY setup that is designed to burn names onto this block of wood on my wall. You can see there are linear bearings for both the x-axis and the y-axis. The new y-axis is going to be 550 millimeters long, which is far and away larger than it used to be. The x-axis is 1500 millimeters, but this thing is all custom built and it runs off of software called Gerbil, GRBL. That would be the part that takes the G code in and does the laser etching. The rest of it is custom Python running on a Raspberry Pi. So what this does is it logs into the Twitch API, which we're going to have to change that. Not for this version, but in the future, we're going to have to change that. It'll probably exist on Node-RED. The part that gets the names and vets them out and then gives them to the board, we'll put on Node-RED because that way I can centralize all the interactivity in the shop, so that if I don't plug in my fart machine, this thing right here, then it'll still be on the API, it'll still respond to stuff, but it won't be... Well, actually, the thing is, the same bot... Oh, God, here we go. It's every time I show it on camera. The same bot that logs into this will also log in to burn the subs. It'll be just one central location that logs in. And that way, if it needs to be re-upped, or if the like the tokens need to be re-upped, or the security stuff, or the, you know, et cetera, it'll be able to just do that. So anyway, yeah. We have a machine that logs into the Twitch API. It gets the names of subscribers. It vets them out. It puts them onto a database. The database is detected by other threads that turn it into G-code. It is then, you know, because it's scaled and placed randomly and stuff like that. And then it is sent to a GRBL, which is like an Arduino program that controls stepper drivers in order to move the X and the Y axis around. That goes to a location, burns the name, Bob's your uncle, right? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So, yeah. Should I fully disassemble this and try to reassemble it? I think that might be the way to go. I mean, we've got our basic stuff on here. I think what I can do is I can transfer over the parts that I need to and then remake a lot of the stuff. Well, yeah, why would I want to use CAM software when everything is done automatically already, right? The previous versions of the board have been running for, well, the previous version, the one that I'm taking apart right now, has been running for 2.5 years. Without a hitch. Ow. So, yeah, like I don't need to run CAM software. Just, it's not G-code based? What are you talking about? I'm literally sending G-code to the burner. I don't get it. What did I say that's wrong? All right, so anyway, let's take some of this apart here. And, oh yeah, we got to cut rails. That's what we got to do. We get the tension spring out of here. We do need to cut rails because the rails that I have to go in the place of these are long. GRBL is a very specific version of G-code? I don't think so. Is that really true? No compromise, high performance, low cost alternative to parallel port based motion control for CNC and milling. I mean, I guess it does have some of its own definitions, but I think they're the same as a generic laser etcher. I think that's the whole point. Where is my order? Once you place your order, please allow 24 hours for processing. Oh, okay. I guess we gotta wait 24 hours then. I mean, look, different G-code interpreters interpret G-code differently. Is that really what they're calling versions of G-code? Seems odd to me. That seems like an odd way to describe it. It's just whatever's interpreting your G-code is different. I wouldn't call it a different language. It might have some slightly varying commands. Not like I know what I'm talking about. All right, I gotta cut rails for this. I don't have quite all the parts that I need to just tear into this thing and start rebuilding it, right? My knowledge of access codes hasn't been updated since I was in school. I'm done reading chat for a little while. All right, let me cut some rails here. Now, what is the best way to do this? I mean, before I'd use the milling machine in order to clean everything up, I could just cut them with a Dremel. They don't need to be tapped at the end, but my cuts are going to be disgusting unless I'm very careful about them. The other question I have, can I make it all in the black rail? I've got 2 rails. I've got the clear anodized and then the black anodized rails, and I've got a couple different lengths over here that I need to deal with. So let's pull these over to the bench and let's take a look at what we're up against. Oh, and I also need to know the distance between the 2 carts on the rails. So let's get this axis, or let's get this angle iron out of here so that I may measure from linear bearing plus angle rail to linear bearing plus angle rail. So let's get this piece. Oh God, it's like buried in the heart of the machine because of the iterations that this. That's great. That's a great bin to spill. That's just a wonderful bin to knock over because it's full of screws. I'm having one of those weeks, guys. Having one of those weeks. You ever just want to like call the whole week off? All right, so let's see here. I'm going to get this stuff out of here. We'll partially reinvent this rail, this axis. Once we know the distances we're dealing with, we can cut the maker beams and then we can start assembling. Lucky you, the week's not over. We've got little time. We're just going to survive to the end of it, right? We got this. I'm just going to build a pillow fort on the couch and just stay there for the rest of the week, right? Hope it's not contagious. I got to run a wood chipper later. Yeah. Keep your head on a swivel. Stay frosty. Stay frosty, my friend. I do need to go get like some kind of liquid because I didn't think about that ahead of time. Okay, I can't do anything but pick these up individually because they're so close to the. This sucks. Obscure rare, 34 months. Does that count as a drop? No, it does not. Drops are stuff hitting the floor. Nothing hit the floor. Not even the bodies. I don't make the rules. I just make the rules. All right, so if we're going to use that, we're going to need this much distance at the end of the rail. So this beam is not going to cut it. So I guess we're going to have to cut the big guys. Do it this way, streamer. Do it that way, streamer. I have very little patience, chat. Very, very little patience. All right, so this axis, we're not going to change the kinematics at all on this thing. We're going to keep all the same motion here, but we're going to get new rails, and I'm going to need to know the distance between these angle irons. And I'm probably going to need to maximize all that. How do I get to the... There's 2 screws that hold this thing on, and it's like knocking everything off of the bench at once because it's so unwieldy. Jesus fucking Christ. This thing is really pissing me off. All right, like that. And then I need to get to the 2 hex bolts right there. Of course, that doesn't mean that this thing gets any more wieldy. It's not like... See, I didn't put plugs in this thing. I probably should have put a couple plugs in here so that I could undo a lot of this stuff more easily. This motor does have a plug on it. It's just everything else on here is permanently soldered. And that begs the question, is it going to be able to reach all the way up and down? That's the other part of this, is that modifying this is not as easy as I guess it seems. Was this loose the whole time? Oh my God. I don't know if that little wiggle right there would play into any of the weirdness that we saw on the old board. On the old board. Get this bracket out of here. Get it out of here. Hair's in the way. Well, our errors were, I believe, a little bit larger than that. We did have a problem with not getting to the right spot for names. I don't know if this would cause that. But all right, now that I've got this free, I'm gonna go put that up on the board, and we'll take a look at that. So let me get 4 of the maker beam bolts. Let me go over to the board and bolt this thing up to the top rail. Actually, this one goes on the bottom, so I need to flip the two. Let's see. I can just do with a screwdriver. It'll be much easier than with a hex key, like a tiny little hex key. This will be a lot easier. I mean, it could have caused. Well, I don't think so. I don't think it would have, because nothing really influences that bracket to go up and down unless you're sitting there poking the thing, which I wasn't. So, but maybe over time that moved down and that would have affected it. No, nobody's going to be first on the board. And since you broke the board, they can come back and they can sub again. It'll have been over a month, but I'm not going to put them up. They get the esteem of having broken the board. They knew what they were doing. All right, so what is that view? That's not the view that I wanted. That is the view that I wanted. No. Listen, leave them alone. Okay? I will not have members of this community doing stuff like that, you know, contacting people out of the blue. That is a big fucking no-no. I don't care if you're trolling or not. I'm still going to say that. I do not want you guys going and contacting people outside of this stream. That is the worst, and I will not hesitate to absolutely eliminate the accounts that do that. I gotta make that clear. Okay, so this one's going up, the other one's going down. You guys can barely see what I'm doing. No, don't, Bob. Stop spamming. What the hell is that? Still using the iFixit. I haven't really used it for all that long. I'm just trying it out. No, they didn't do anything wrong. Don't worry about them. Is that your? Weird. Okay. Well, no, they didn't do anything wrong. I'm just laying down the law. Don't worry about doing anything like that. I'm just saying, you know, that person who broke the board did us a service. They're to be honored. Yeah, because it's Twitch, I gotta be real strict about that kind of stuff. So I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, so there's the top. Let's get the bottom one on here. I only have 2 in that one. Maybe I can get away with only 2 in this one for now, just for sizing purposes, just to make sure. Down here we go. Put this one down here. Where are we at? There we go. Yeah, these brackets were a weird thing. I was thinking about whether or not I'd want to 3D print something to replace these brackets to be a little bit less space consuming, and we'll have to see whether or not I think that's still necessary. Because if I have to redesign something, I guess it's good that we're finding out now. But yeah, the iFixit kit, still using it, but I'm using the smaller one. The smaller iFixit kit, because I don't need all the weird bits that they include in the big guy. I've had a pretty good experience with it so far. I think it's doing pretty well for itself. The other bit set that I had was a little too weird. This one just takes normal tiny bits, so I do have extras of those if I need them. But yeah, I don't know. It's a screwdriver kit, you know. It's well enough made that I can't complain about it. That's about all I really see in the thing. All right, so all the way over to the limit switch. Good. All the way over to the limit switch. Oh, that gets really close right there. That gets really, really close, but it makes it. It makes it. All the way to the limit switch. All the way back. Good, good, good. Okay. So now we need distance between these so that we can, you know, plan for it. So I got my metric tape measure out of the car, left it in my car when we went wood shopping, and I didn't even use it. So we've got from here to here, 49.5 centimeters to the dot. 49 and 5. Wait, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 49.6, actually. 49.6 centimeters. 496 millimeters. Cursed. That's a cursed number. That number is cursed. Now, I can't actually attach these to the belts and stuff right now if I really need to, but I do want to get these carts off because I want to grease these carts too. And then I'll need to wipe down the rails with my T9 rust shield. I need to set up like a calendar reminder to do that because I don't want my rails to rust. If the rails rust, then you get lumps in them, and then shit goes really bad, especially if you're very carefully etching names onto a board. Hey, we got another sub? You guys are too kind. What was the number that I just read off? 496. Sean Blaze. Johnny Blaze? Thank you for subbing. Hey, look, Sean Blaze, this is a wall-mounted laser etching quote-unquote table that is to burn the names of subscribers onto itself. But it doesn't work right now. We're replacing the board. The other one filled up. So I'm putting this weird-shaped live edge on it, and we're trying to expand the vertical axis to 550 millimeters, which is a bit of a chore in and of itself. It's actually kind of difficult to do. So as we're doing this, people are still subscribing to the channel because y'all are very generous. It's like I don't even get out of my shot. You all are very generous and you're still subbing to this channel. I don't want a mad dash for the first one to be on the board, right? In the previous iterations, there was a mad dash to be the #1 name on the board. Like I gotta be the guy. I'm gonna be the guy. I'm gonna be up there. You all get on the board. Those of you that are subbing in between, we're gonna put you into a big list of names, and then we're gonna shuffle those names as they go on the board. Did you ever lube your rails? I did. I did do a little bit of lubing of the rails previously. In the middle of it, just kind of like getting some of the red grease on there. But the bearings weren't packed with grease previously, and they were allowed to rust. So now I have T9 that I can, you know, spray onto a cloth, and then I can rub that cloth onto the rail itself. I did the same thing with the mill, so just to keep it from rusting. We're in the Northeast, and so things are extraordinarily humid here. I remember the first time I brewed beer in here because I've got an electric brewing setup. That's what that table's all about over there. Table with a drain on it. I've brewed beer in here, and the 2-hour boil phase creates quite a bit of moist air. My whole mill was covered in rust. I had to take a Scotch-Brite pad to it. Oh boy. Where'd you learn about T9? Watching machining YouTubers. I think it might have been NYC-CNC that suggested it. It was either NYC-CNC or the company that he basically is working for. So that means that humidity hitting the wood is a yes. Yeah, it is indoors, so for untreated wood, like the previous board didn't warp at all. It was fine. So there shouldn't be any warping of the wood in here. It's not like it's underwater. It's literally just sitting out in an indoor space. But metal is a lot more sensitive to moisture, it seems. So I have grease and sprays that I can put on this stuff to keep it from rusting. I thought this was stainless, but it must be really fucking cheap stainless, huh? Maybe it's just regular mild steel. I don't know. It looks like stainless. No, I'm not going to taste it. See if it tastes like stainless. Okay. Smells like stainless. I got 2 rails. Dun dun da 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 da. Okay, there it is. Yeah, so they're very long. These are 1500 millimeter rails. It is without stain. It is stainless, not stainless. You guys tire me out sometimes. All the time. So 1500 millimeter rails. One is clear anodization. The other one is black anodization. I want to use the black anodization. I don't remember why I got 1500 millimeter clear, but I think I cut this up for my computer case. I'm wondering if I can use half of this and still have enough space. 550 divided by 2. We're not looking to be the exact same length as the rail is, so we'll have to do a little bit of comparison here. Do you ever use acetal for milling brackets and mounts, or 3D print them? Acetal? I don't know. I don't even know what that is. Milling the brackets was just taking a bunch of angle iron, a bunch of aluminum angle iron, and drilling holes in it, and then mounting it up. I didn't really think about the standoff distance or anything like that. I just did it. Much in the same way my friend plays Satisfactory, he just does it. That's what I did. I just did it. I didn't really think about it that much. Now, 3D printing something would be nice, because then I could get something of a particular design and get all the distances correct and stuff like that. And then I just get the printer to do it, and it would be made out of PETG. So unless somebody actually physically assaulted the board, it wouldn't break or sag or do anything like that. PETG is a wonderful material for that kind of stuff. Functional prints. I'm hoping we can just keep those brackets and just move on from there. Anyway, okay, so let's put this one aside, at least until we know the length. I don't know where to put it. Just off camera. There we go. It's behind my monitor. Okay, so let's see here. Acetal's a versatile general engineering plastic. Easy to machine, can accept threading taps. Gone down to M3 taps and had good results. I don't know. I mean, I've done M2s on PETG, just not tapped, just pressure fit. So that would probably be the way that I would go with that. Alrighty. So what we're doing here is we're figuring out what the length of the rail needs to be. Now, I guess we could just do a comparative measurement of the two and figure out which one. It doesn't have the brackets on it, so it doesn't stand up on the desk anymore. I don't know, man. You guys can come in here and flex all you want, but your engineering plastics and shit. We do stuff off the cuff here. We're kind of hobbyists. All right, so the previous rail was, I believe, 300. Let me just verify that. Oh, 400. 400 millimeters. So we're adding 150 millimeters to this thing. So this rail plus 150, I can't measure it anywhere because I've put so many weird things on it. I've put so many weird shit on it. What is wrong with my brain? All right, let's go from the top here all the way to the bottom. That's 600 millimeters. So 750 millimeters. 7 and 7 is 14. It's going to be exactly cut in half. Jesus Christ. I just can barely do it. And if I do it wrong, then I'm fucked. And a magnet just caught my tape measure. A magnet just caught my tape measure. Okay, I got it back. Your brain is fine. It's English that's borked. I don't know. I like English. Why? I know everybody in chat already knows this, right? Because this is like the internet's favorite thing. Why is this loose? Why is this loose? Well, the point is It's supposed to compensate for whether you butt the thing up against a material or if you hang it off and stretch it from the material. This wiggle is compensating for the thickness of the pawl, the P-A-W-L, the little thing that catches stuff. So this little pawl on the end of P-A-W-L, on the end of the tape measure, has thickness, and that thickness is the looseness in these two rivets right here. So when you hang this off of something and measure it, you're getting it from exactly that point on the inside of the pawl, and here you're getting it from exactly the outside point of the pawl. So anybody who doesn't know that already, we're going to point and laugh at you now. We're going to point and laugh at you because for some reason, everybody should already know that, which is not true. So if you didn't know that before, here's a cool little fact about how to use a tape measure. That's why it's still accurate going like this or going like this. Cool stuff, right? I mean, it's the little things. It's to induce anxiety. That's right. It's to make a rattling noise when you do this and you try to trip your friend by throwing a tape measure at them. See that noise? That noise? That's both the rattling of this thing and it's also this little guy moving around. If your pawl still moves, you haven't dropped it enough. Hey, you didn't know that. Well, now you do, man. Isn't that cool? I think that's a cool little feature of tape measures. And this is the thing, like I forget to go over stuff like that here because sometimes we get a little bit too into the weeds doing the real advanced stuff. You know, we're hobbyists here. We're allowed to teach about silly little things like that. You can cut yourself on that. You gotta be careful. All right, anyway. Oh, yeah, and by the way, all those internet videos of people doing tricks with the tape measure stuff, watch Captain Disillusion. He debunks like 16,000 of those things a minute. All right, so we are measuring this thing to be 750 millimeters. 7 and 7 is 14. 5 and 5 is 10. So that's 1,500 millimeters, which is the exact length of this. Which is a little stressful, but we've got a 600 millimeter beam here. This is 400 millimeters. This thing is 550. So we've got 150 extra millimeters. This thing punched me in the nuts. We got 150 extra millimeters to compensate for. So 600 plus 150, 750. 750 times 2, 1,500. Bazinga. Oh God, did I just say that unironically? I hate language. All right, let's make a little dash on this thing. It's going to be a little bit less than 750 because obviously the cutting tool has width, but I think we'll be good enough, right? Yeah, 150. 150 is the length. So we're going to 75 and a half. No, 75. Not and a half. Not and a half. Just straight up 75. Yeah, Captain D does a lot of good videos. Where's my scribe? There it is. Yeah, it's the evolution of language, actually. You start with it being ironic, and then eventually you start saying it normally. It's like a lot of the streamers that I watch are now using the term cucked unironically, and I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it, man. I hate that word. It's so dumb. Not because it's offensive, because I don't get offended by stuff, but it's just dumb. It's supposed to somehow be emasculating, but it's really not. Like, it's this stupid obsession with masculinity that these idiot internet people have. All right, so I'm going to try to get this rail as tight to the tape as I can, just so that I can make a knowledgeable mark, a mark that's as accurate as I can make it. And the fucking thing is slipping off at the end. The fuck is it? Look, alpha male doesn't exist. The guy who came up with the term alpha male, the wolf, whatever animal study guy who wrote the book, almost immediately said, no, that's not how it works. It actually, the quote-unquote alpha male is only the alpha male because the unit of wolves, the pack of wolves, is literally the descendants of that wolf. That wolf mates, has kids, and that makes him the leader of the pack. It's nothing to do with alpha, sigma, fucking beta bullshit. That's all bullshit. It's all immediately debunked. It's just people in the fucking 80s took that and ran. It's the same thing with the MBTI or whatever the fuck that shit is. Supposedly I'm INTP, which is literally just a horoscope for business people. It's like, oh, that's such a Scorpio thing to say. That's such an INTP attitude. Well, I'm just as easily INTJ depending on whether or not I had a good night's sleep. It doesn't fucking matter. And yet, business loves that shit. It's modern horoscopes, and it's for people who don't work for a living to justify their own existence to the rest of a corporation. I hate it. I hate it so badly. It's so incredibly refutable. You can disprove it in 5 seconds, and yet they take it as gospel in business circles. For consulting, we had to do an MBTI test, and then they split us into groups depending on it. It's tiring. It's tiring. It's the Gish Gallop of the business world. Those stupid fucking MBTI tests. Everybody thinks that it's like, it's pop psychology that's been glorified by idiots. It really pisses me off, man. I can't fucking stand it, to be honest. It's a mental construct. It was made by a bunch of little old ladies. They're just horoscopes. Yeah, they could just ask you what your star sign is. I was born under these stars, so clearly I have a short temper. Oh, he's getting mad because he's a Scorpio. No, I'm getting mad because this stuff is stupid. 8 billion people in the world. We need more variables. That's a good point, Pyro Man. No, it's not typical. Fuck you. Oh, I'm gonna throw chat off of a bridge in Minecraft. All right, so I could cut this with a Dremel, and I'm tempted to. It's gonna be a really shitty cut if I do that, but I'll get it done. I think that's the important part, is that I get it done. I don't have a good miter box, guys. I need a better miter box. I need 2. I need one for doing small cuts like this, and then I need to make one for my circular saw, even though, you know, I could just go buy a chop saw for $100. I need something for the circular saw so that I can run it straight back and forth, so that we can actually build Burn the Subs 3 with custom cut lengths of 2020 rail. So that's something that's on the horizon. That's another one of those projects that I got to do on the horizon. I have too many projects on the horizon, guys. I'm losing track of it all. Where are we with the... Hold on. I did keep a list. I kept a list. I got to get the list. Hold on. I can't take anybody who believes in astrology seriously. I don't even know this MBT shit existed. Look up MBTI and go take the test. Go take the test. Go take a test. Because they're all different and they all suck. Take it with a critical mind and see what you think. It'll probably really piss you off. People in this chat... Father's a water type Pokemon. The fuck? Scorpio's mastered Naruto fire and water style. Yeah, what's your Harry Potter house? You're like, I'm brave. The questions for Harry Potter quizzes are hilarious. They're like, I'm a brave boy, or I smoke a lot of pot, or I am a literal snake. Like, I think this test like kind of biases you towards the result. I'm already pissed off enough, I believe you. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Ah, that was a juicy one. The more conceptual understanding engineer types are above MPTI. It's just another system algorithm to keep people boxed in. True. Hey, milk. Milk, now with vitamin R. I took a test on Indeed that would likely miss blah, 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 blah. Never miss a day of school. That said you would miss work. You've never missed a day of school. That's weird. I don't know. I missed a lot of work because of medical appointments, and I think they didn't like me because of that. I don't know why you need to spend all of your waking life at work, but like in a gray, and then everything is gray, and everybody sits in a gray cubicle behind a computer. I can't do that. I don't, you know, guys, I'm not fit for like the normal corporate engineering kind of world. I'm too averse to bullshit. I don't know. I hated it. I had to get to a point where I had to write down every single thing that my manager said, so that when they tried to attack me for it, I would have something to throw back at them. Like, it was a battle, and it drained me. I can't do that again. That's the old list. The other list had tacos. Where'd I put the other list? Because I remember this. I know this is an old list, but no, the other list is for burn the subs, not general projects. What was I gonna put down on the? Oh yeah, miter box. That's wrong. That's the wrong camera. Is that on here? Voice changer, BTS3, Mario Kart, traffic light, VKB pedals, 3mm adapter, RC cars, Stream PC. Stream PC I'm still working on. Mesh front is no longer. It's just get it done. Emotes, merchandise. Let's add to this. I'll add it up here. I've got room. That seems like a toxic workplace. It was the most toxic workplace. I didn't get an email that said that we were using ampersand instead of the word and in a certain list, and I got that wrong, and so I wasn't management material. So they never promoted me. How about that? You guys ever cry in front of a boss? I've cried in front of a boss. Projects. So the one that I'm going to add is miter box. For circular saw. Also a normal one. I used to have to wake up my boss when he was sleeping in his computer, and I would do it by just entering very loudly into his little cubicle, or I'd knock on something, or I'd just start talking to him very loudly, and I would never make any fuss of it at all. I would never make any deal or fuss of it at all, because everybody at work would be giving each other the side eye about it, right? Ooh, he's sleeping, he's sleeping, he's sleeping. So I'd just go in there and I'd go, hey, so I need you to take a look at this thing, right? And he'd wake up and then respond to whatever I had to do. I mean, the guy had a lot of stuff going on, right? So I never made a big deal about that, but then this is the same guy who was apparently really spearheading the effort to get me to quit that job by overloading me and doing all of this sneaky bullshit behind my back. So that's always fun, right? Never mentioned him sleeping to a single other human being. All right, let's cut this piece. Let's get the Dremel out. As much as I hate the Dremel, this is probably a pretty good use of it. I'm gonna get the Dremel. It's on the wall. Yeah, it was not, yeah, exactly what you described, Mahalo. It wasn't that it was a completely toxic workplace, it's that it was a toxic middle management workplace. They used to have just like, used to just not have to tell any, like, used to not have to log your time going to the doctors as part of your vacation. And then that changed. So that's always fun. They had a lot of stuff that were like emails that you get that said, we did a survey of your peers, and it seems you guys favor you now get to contribute up to 30% of your health insurance costs. It's like, wait a minute, who did you ask? Yeah, maybe I didn't sleep enough. That's the thing in Japanese work culture, right? Where if you're asleep at the desk because you're working hard, not just like in general, you can't just show up to work and go to sleep at your desk, but if you're working on stuff and you fall asleep, that's apparently seen as working very hard to accomplish goals. And then you don't leave until the boss leaves, and the boss stays at work until the wee hours. I saved a company thousands of dollars and my manager took the credit. That's wonderful. Yeah, miss me with that shit. Yeah, buddy. All right, let's see here. Cutting something at this desk with a cutoff wheel. Not my favorite thing to do. Not my favorite thing to do. I mean, I could put it in a vise. I actually like this vise, so. Japanese work culture, the lowest paid worker, the companies say janitor or whatever can't make less than 10% of what the CEO of the company is making. I thought that was certain companies. I don't know. If that's law, that's a damn good law. That's a damn good law. At one point, they were thinking of greening up the team. And by greening up, what they mean is by firing all of the managers, promoting all of the lower rungs to management positions, and then rehiring all of the lower rungs, right? That's how it was supposed to work. That seems pretty cool. Like, that's a great idea. Well, guess who decided that that wasn't a good idea, and instead that they should just work the lower rungs until they quit? It was the managers. That's always fun. All right, what direction are we spinning here? Towards my face. I want to cut it from this side. That puts the cord in the way. My problem with Dremel cutting this stuff is that no matter what I do, this bit is going to have to go in sideways in order to make that cut. I can get around that if I use an attachment, I think, but not very much. Yeah, that's not really going to work. I don't like that. I'm going to do better just using a saw. I'm just going to use a saw. Fuck this. Fuck this shit. Fuck this Dremel shit. Beard's so thick you gotta Dremel it. Is that a song? All right, let's see. A saw. But not just any saw. A saw is a saw. Unless that saw is the famous Mr. Saw, Mr. Kennedy Saw. All right, so yeah. Why am I doing it with this? There are attachments for the Dremel that do reciprocating saws, but they vibrate all over the place, right? Why am I doing it with this? Well, because for the simple reason that I can get a cut directly through this material without having the cutting bit have to take on an angle or anything like that. I mean, if I had a big cutoff wheel, I could do it too. But safer, yeah, I suppose. And there's a little bit less of a chance of you putting apprentice marks on it, although sometimes the saw skips across your material and ruins your anodization. But this is aluminium, or aluminum if you don't like to add 16 extra consonants to things. I already screwed it up. The bit already skipped around. But yeah, I can just get this started. Before we know it, it'll be cut. Oh wow, that's really vibrating for you guys. Man, sucks to be you, chat. And what I'll do is I'll put these on the mill and clean up the ends. Or I could just file them. Maybe I'll just file them. Hand tools take longer. But I mean, you need the exercise. In Denmark, we just call it alu. Alu! I am aloof. Technically, we should all be calling it aluminum. We've looked this up because chat is insufferable. Ah! I've reached the middle. I'm sawing this very weakly. I'm not really going too hard in on this. I probably should be holding it over here, but that's not like I can. And I'm not left-handed, so this is not the good part to hold it, because as I'm holding it, it's going to warp and then it'll grab the blade. Right now, the teeth aren't... Ugh, there we go. As the saw blade dulls, by the way, it'll start to cut sideways. Now, I could have taken the bandsaw out and done it with that, too, but this isn't going to take very long. And you need the exercise. So now I'm actually holding up this end. Because I could just bend this right now, but there we go. Oh yeah, look at that crooked cut. That's a doozy. We're gonna be a little under halfway. But what we can do is, I guess I could just hold these against one another and then file it so that that's flat. Oh dear God, we were off by several millimeters. Maybe I won't cut it. I think what I'll do is I'll just karate chop it like this, old Tony. Pop. I can't do that kind of live effects around here. Good enough for government work. I mean, yeah, because these will stick out the bottom and won't be too visible. Just for my own purposes, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an end mill and I'll just lop off the ends of that just to make it nice and purty. Make it nice and purty. Purty, so that we can look at it. All right, let's go over here to the mill. Clearly, I am set up to use the mill right now because my computer project is sitting right there with my deplorable landing gear from the drone that I haven't used in 12 years. And then there's stuff on the mill. At least the lights are on. All right, let's back up here a little bit. The ends aren't anodized on this stuff. Haha, I've bested you. See? Those are the good ends. And these are the ones that I cut. I like this mill. This is a good mill. It's good for the size. I don't know if it's a good mill. Probably not. It's good for like little things. And I don't mean small things. I mean little jobs like having to even out something on soft material. You should know that if you're trying to build small things, you should not be looking at a small mill. You should get a big mill to do small jobs. For the simple reason that a large mill has a lot of mass behind it. And all that mass is very important for keeping things from wandering around and vibrating and going generally wrong. So, ow, this thing is hot for the amount of light that it puts out. The arrow's in a weird spot. Oh, God! Put that all the way over here. I don't need the alcohol right now. All right, so all I'm going to do is put them both into the vise on top of one another and then run the end mill on the ends of them very carefully, you know, little tiny bit by little tiny bit. I just got to clean up after whoever used this mill last. I'm the only person who uses it. Whoever used it last was really inconsiderate. So I need to brush out all the chips, make sure everything's nice and ready to go. Technically, if I was doing a lot of aluminum milling, I could use WD-40 to keep the aluminum from sticking to the end mill, but we're not, so I don't need to do that. The brush has a little bit of oil on it anyway. So these things are long as frig, so I'm going to get the Z-axis and just place it over here to support the ends of these rails so they don't bend or anything. And all the websites say it's easy to find aluminum extrusion, but I can't find that shit anywhere locally. Even with a plant that makes the stuff in my city, they only wholesale it to distributors and nobody sells it. They don't do a program of like dings and dents or anything. See, I'm lucky enough to be in Philadelphia, and the place that sells all the aluminum extrusions is in New Jersey. I didn't know that until I had already built the Maker Beam version of this board. I should have been using 2020 rail all along, because there's a place like in my backyard that has it. But unfortunately, I'm dumb. You guys know that. But yeah, so I'm dumb. They were in New Jersey. I didn't know that. But I know you guys in Europe and places don't have that advantage, unfortunately. I gotta be careful about clamping these too tight because they distort when they get clamped. Because they're extrusions after all. You think there'd be a nice pile of factory seconds and overruns? Yeah, exactly. What's up, Longboard Lord? How you doing? Have to have it shipped from some internet store. Yeah, that sucks. Talking about things that are hot for the amount of light they put out. What? You're too complimentary. What is your power bill like? Look, man, when you run video stuff, it's a different animal. It's a different animal, man. I got to use a lot of lights. All my lights are LEDs, though, so they're not too bad. You're up in Canada. Oh, that sucks. Coneer. I think I've heard of that. Yeah, that sucks that they won't sell anything. Because usually, like, factories like to have their little outlet store right nearby where you can get, like, a t-shirt. That's a shame that they don't sell anything. All right, where are we doing? We're milling so that I think I want it to pull instead of pushing them this way. So we'll go from here forward. I'll probably go back and forth, to be honest. I'm using the big scary mill and I'm cutting everything at once. It's probably a bad idea, but I'll take it easy. You guys probably want to be able to see what's going on. Decently in focus. The lamp is moving that. I won't move the light over. You guys can just see from here. Can't find bamboo anywhere unless it's factory orders. You could plant bamboo. Next day it'll be open builds, I think, Rustologist. I think you're looking for, I think Open Builds is the 2020 retailer that's in New Jersey. All right, anyway, I got a cut to do. Boop. This is a sharp bit. I like this bit. Nice and sharp. There he is. That's all I need. So yeah, you don't have to clean this stuff up on a mill. You could probably file it. But anywho. Bamboo veneers. Oh yeah, huh? No, I'm not. I told you I'm not using WD-40 because I'm not making that much of a cut on it. WD-40's in the backdrop. If I move the y-axis a little too much, I'll get a face full of WD-40. Okay, so that's that cut. That should be moderately accurate, within a millimeter, I guess. Was that the right side? I think one of them was flipped around. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, that one has threads in it. Huh. Oh, well. Let's clean up the other side, then. If I messed it up, I think I might have flipped them around. Yeah, those both have threads in it. Those are the good ends. These are the bad ones. That's funny. Oh, well, I'll just have to take a little bit more off. Whoops-a-daisy. I looked at the other end. I'm like, huh, that's kind of a rough-looking end. That's weird. Make sure these are down properly. Those are flat over here. No, they're not. All right, it'll just take a couple more runs to get that flat and even. I don't know how I did that. Just in handling them, I must have flipped it around. Done it. I did it dumb. I'll do one more pass. All right, there we go. Now I'll just file the ends to make them smooth. Bob's your uncle. Oh, there's still grease all over. Okay, let's see. Where's my file? There she is. Bring that back over to the desk, and then I'll bring you guys over to the desk. Closest hardware stores do have bamboo, but they only have the cheap house decoration. Stuff like bamboo towels. Yeah, just put some bamboo towels and epoxy and make your own kind of carbon fiber. What? All right, get the saw out of the way. Put that away later. File the ends. How do these look? Not amazing. The problem is when you clamp down on these, it'll bend the four little ears in a little bit, and that makes for weird cuts on this. So if this is a solid material, I'd probably get a very nice looking end on it, but because it distorts a little bit when you clamp it hard enough to mill, you get kind of a weirdness to the end. So a little bit of filing should probably correct it. I don't have to break off all the little ends of metal that didn't quite get sheared. Ah! Ooh, I could have put a big mark in it. Good enough for me to poop on. If I had the right tools to do this, of course, these look a lot better, but oh well. Deal with what you got. This is what we built the previous boards out of, and we're going to build, and gosh darn it, I'm going to build this board out of these same materials, because this is not a full revision to burn the subs. The full revision is going to be 3-phase motors and 2020 rails for everything. Not the maker beam and stepper motor that we had previously been using. I'm wondering if Burn the Subs 4 is going to be robot arms or not. I'm going to have to take a look. The file's so much cooler than the extrusion on the cam. Well, this thing has been, I mean, it's been cut, it's been handled and stuff. It's funny that the ends of it are warm from my heating up of the aluminum. I'm actually sweating in here. It's getting kind of warm. Man, whoever said I'd had a week of Mondays isn't wrong. What a week. It's all right. It's almost over. We'll get there. All right, that one's clean enough for us to use. The ends aren't as important. We're not really attaching much there. I mean, those are hot glued on. So I'm just hoping that we have enough room on either end of this thing to make it work. I think we will. Yeah, no. I can't afford the big guys. I want something decorative that will fold up nicely on the wall, and I got to do a lot more research for that. Might have to come up with something custom, or maybe some custom like fairings over top of an existing arm. The open arm that was linked was really cool. I think that's more along our that's more our speed, you know. Well, this we're gonna have to hide. That's a little chip right there. I don't know what that came from. Putting dust all over everything. Ooh, that needs some help. It's a little better. A little better. My left arm. What? Guys get weirder and weirder, don't you? Okay, there. So that's that. Finally did that cut that I've been putting off all week. About 150 millimeters longer. Be able to take advantage of that. And let's just get the dust off of the desk so I don't get angry later. Probably brushing this with my hand is a bad idea because I'm going to get metal chips in my hand. All right, so backing it up a little bit here. I got a pile of garbage on my desk. Let's, I guess, get into this, huh? Stuff that I've been regretting, part 1. How does this thing go together? I mean, there's a lot of like wiring and things that I got to get right. A lot of wires to kind of like pack up and hide as well. I guess if I get the cross beams set up, because we got 4 of them, doot, 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 and doot. and and then these two mount to the rails at that distance, so they have to be approximately in position. So we'll get those out of here first, which means this whole thing becomes kind of a wiggly contraption of nonsense and comedy. Could reinvent this whole thing too. Yeah, maybe I rebuild this and then we transfer parts over. Because if I have the stable base, then I can work from there. Okay, so let me get my Maker Beam stuff out. Because I know I've got more of these little pieces, so I can reuse, or I can use new ones of those. That'll make it a little easier, I think. My Maker Beam collection is kind of suffering a little bit lately. It's not a bad thing. What is that even? Weird. Let's get to the bottom of this bin. Dear God, there's a lot of dust and nonsense down here. These I think are, no, those are stock lengths. Okay. Okay, 4 of these guys. They're all in pretty bad shape because they've been rattling around at the bottom of this bin. Hopefully I can find some that are unperturbed. Yeah, this bin has been subject to a lot of dust. Wait, that's not even... not the same length. Not the same length. Same length. All right. That's a very specific size that I'm looking for. And I just need one more that's not covered in crust. In the crust we trust. All right, this should do. I got 4 of these. Goes down there. Going for roughly the same design. I'm not gonna reinvent the wheel here. So I need 4 of the little L-shaped brackets, not the what do you call them? Not the equal length ones. I need 1 dot to one side and then 3 on the other, right? So like this. We'll just attach it that way. This over here. These, and then I need 4. Well, 6 actually. 6 on the side, and which sides are we gonna have visible here? So it's gonna, this looks like I think this is bent. Yeah, there's a bend right here. There's a little bit of a bend. I think I have the window closed because people are doing the yard work around here. So they're gonna be running around with their 2-stroke engines. So it's gonna be pretty toasty down here for the duration. 3, 4. Yeah, we're just going to work with Maker Beam for a little bit here. What NM is laser? Blue. It's blue-violet, because the blue lasers also have a very large ultraviolet component to the laser. And that ultraviolet component is part and parcel of what actually burns the wood. It actually etches the wood. It turns the carbon foam into mostly carbon. Actually gets a lot deeper than you'd think, too. Giant Delta-style laser etcher? Nah. If I did involve robot arms, it could take on a whole new complexity. I could have like a veritable Star Trek chessboard of different depths and levels. Output level currently is 1.4 watt. And I juiced it. Well, it was 1.2. I think it's 1.3 now because I had to buy a new diode. They're hard to find. It's hard to find like single watt level blue lasers on eBay because the technology has been pushing for DLP projectors for a long time. And so the blues are very powerful these days. And And I don't need a very powerful laser. I'm not cutting anything. All we're doing is etching. We don't need to conflagrate or deflagrate or anything of that nature. So what all we're really trying to do is just get a little bit of scorching going on. So we really need like a 1 watt, 1.2 watt laser. Anything else, and even at the levels that it's at, is dangerous. It's actually dangerous for my eyesight, me being the one who has to be subject to the laser beams. I will generally stay in an area where I'm not actually looking directly at the laser. I will position the camera and then I will hide. I'll come back over here, you know, and not be looking directly at the laser beam. But so in order to keep that safe, I want to keep those sub-wattage levels. I juiced up the laser a little bit. It's a little bit more powerful than it should be. But yeah, anyway. It's probably running around 1.4 watts. Yes, the fart machine is still active. DLP is kind of outdated now. Either way, the technology is moving towards more and more powerful blue lasers, which is absolutely not what I need. You know, I can't even find a 1.2 watt blue laser on eBay anymore. It's that one. This one will be a little higher up from that. This one is actually the attachment to the rail, and we'll have to measure that out. And two of these. No, I'm not going to buy Wicked lasers. They're overpriced. It doesn't matter. No, fuck, dude. This is not a laser pointer, you know? I don't believe people should have that much power in their hands of laser pointers. I think that's, especially given that you can just fucking go and buy that, and it represents a pretty heavy danger to eyesight. Now, people have built-in protection against that. It's called eyelids. However, some of these lasers are so bright that your eyes don't register the brightness. You reach a maximum amount of brightness that your eye can tolerate. I mean, you know, your rods and cones have a min and a max. We all know the min. We've been in the dark before, but the max is something that's not very well explored, nor should it be, because it represents damage to your actual eyesight. And so a lot of that ultraviolet component of the laser is highly, highly damaging, and you can't really notice it. I mean, it's a little bit unsafe being in this shop, but I mean, life is unsafe. But at the same time, some dickhead can just go buy a laser and start popping balloons, and then it hits the drywall, painted white, and they hurt their retina in a way that they won't know for another 10 years. So it's tough, man. I just, you know, I'm not going to buy a laser from a laser pointer company because it's going to be horribly overpriced. We are engineers here. Well, not really. We're hobbyists, but we're kind of engineers. I'm a little something of an engineer myself. I buy the diode and I put it into a brass carrier, and then I have my own board that could be TTL PWM signaled in order to turn on and off. That's how we control things around here. I don't put it in the hands of a pointer. Now, we did for a little bit. For a little bit, we tested the burning of the laser, and that was fun because I got to hold the core and burn a piece of wood at a distance. It's pretty impressive. I can burn the wood from like 4 inches away with this thing. The individual diodes are dollars. They cost dollars now. It's ridiculous. Blue lasers used to be the hot ticket item. They used to be hold on. They used to be extremely expensive. I took apart an Xbox HD DVD that came with Donkey Kong. No, it came with King Kong. There we go. It came with King Kong, the Jack Black movie. Watched it with the thing open. You could see the blue laser scanning the disc. Then I took it apart and I put it in a pointer. But that became the first laser to go in here, and then the glass fell off of the diode carrier, so we cut off the can, and that's actually the intro to the first Burn the Subs video with the thing firing up open. We fired up that laser diode while it was clamped in the vise, HD DVD plus Blu-ray, yeah. Our generation of VHS and Betamax. It's Sony. Sony's always trying to get their friggin' tendrils into everything. And they wanted to have their own standard, and they fought and fought and fought, and they finally got Blu-ray, which was not better than HD DVD. Maybe it is now, but it wasn't then. It sucked. And it sucked having to pay premiums for Sony shit instead of having a more open format. But they won that format war, and they made bank off of it for a long time. Until streaming became a thing. Apparently Betamaxes were better. Wasn't that the thing? Wasn't that the case? Weren't Betamaxes actually slightly higher quality? Was my understanding. I thought HD DVD was just better from like a copyright standpoint, from, you know, a distribution standpoint at the time. I keep saying at the time because I don't know what kind of improvements they've made since then. So Blu-ray is the Sony marketing management. People were telling me that it was better last time. The other stream, I forget when it was, but people were like, actually Blu-rays are better. Maybe just because it's like the chat's natural tendency to counterpoint everything I say. It's apparently they just do it automatically. Because I don't see anybody repeating what I said now that I'm saying it. I'm not one of these people who will stick to their guns so much. You know? I'll change my answers depending on what people say. Yeah, I don't do that. What are you talking about? God damn it, O'Bother, you're wrong about everything. You can't do things the way you like it. Laserdiscs are great. If you ever want a picnic plate, but it needs to be really expensive, get a Laserdisc. The best was that they used the absolute tiniest font to label what the Laserdisc was. So you have this enormous disc that you can't touch, and then this tiny little text in the middle telling you what the side A and side B is. Copy of VHS, it degrades. If you copy a Betamax or SVHS, it does not degrade as much. Ah, that's cool. Betamax. All right, so I'm just putting together the x-axis. This is a much larger axis than the previous one, so there's like food on this. Why? Scratchy end down. No screws. Screw. God damn it. And these Alphamax. You know why. I don't use no beta tapes. Fucking beta cooks. Oh, God. Just people who use those terms. Ugh. Ugh. Flomax. God damn it. I used to have a mini disc player. I loved mini discs. They were so cool. It was such like a future tech at the time. I mean, fuck, look at the Matrix. Neo's handing out mini discs with data on them. He had a mini disc that took data. I was like, hey, where do you get that? Like, I want that. I want my CDRs to be mini discs. It reminded me of the old computer lab with the CDs that were in the cartridges, which apparently are awesome because you like never scratch the disc. Yeah, man, mini discs would have been cool in my alternate reality future. They felt cool to put into a player. I had the Philips VHS that had two-sided videotapes. That's weird. How did I even accomplish that? Just different sides of the tape? I had credit card-shaped CDs. What? Well, the mini discs. Zip drives? Yeah, zip drives. I had a click drive for the longest time. I don't know what happened to that. I have a click drive sitting somewhere, just the disk sitting somewhere in the shop. I don't know what I did with it. It was really fun to have just like one click disk. I don't know what it did. I don't know what was on it. I don't know if I want to know what was on it. All those zip drives now have the dreaded zip drive click. I wonder if Logitech made the click disk to try to get rid of search results for zip drives making the click noises. Still uses 3.5 floppy daily. Well, that's because you're using old CNC machines, right? That's like apparently one of the big uses for old CNCs. And man, I wish I could make more of the conversions, the SD card conversions for disk drives on old CNC machines. Because apparently that's a thing. That's an application for an FPGA. You just fool the CNC into thinking it's controlling a floppy drive, and then you have it read from a normal SD card. But the problem is, it also has to do with the people running the machines. The people running the machines don't want to upgrade them because they're scared, because they work and they're making money off of these machines. They don't want to change anything. That's a natural tendency to have, especially when you're running a shop and you're a dinosaur. So you don't want to upgrade anything because technology fucking scares you. Because one time you programmed the machine wrong and it blew up an end mill and shot it into the glass and broke the glass that protects you from the end mill. So you don't want to do anything to anger the machine gods, and you're not going to upgrade those disk drives. So instead, you pay $60 a floppy disk. Or whatever they cost now that nobody's making them anymore. And you're married to this ancient technology. But it's pretty crazy how there's still a lot of application for a regular old floppy this day and age. All right, I need more of those brackets, and apparently those are the most used type. These are the most used type that I've got. I have to direct type G-code into this thing. Jesus Christ. I remember you talking about getting this job, ISO. Who used to be of a different name, and then I said something wrong, and now that spawned an account, which is hilarious. That happened to Red Letter Media at first when they just started streaming. People were making account names for Twitch that were based on Red Letter Media in-jokes, and it's pretty cool because like there's still accounts rolling around that are in-jokes for Red Letter Media stuff. I see them every now and then, and I'm like, I remember those days, the previously recorded live people streaming, Jack and Rich. Those floppy emulators were originally designed for synthesizers. Oh, that makes sense. Most of the ones I find are branded that way, but they work for old Socket 7 systems like a dream. But then you never know exactly how that CNC machine is using that floppy drive. So I think there are specific ones for like milling machines and stuff. I'm registering ISO oscillators and LLC because I'm getting real work from my other pages. That's fucking cool, dude. Hey man, that should have been my branding, right? It wasn't until I screwed up saying something. I'm happy. That's fucking awesome, dude. I think Sausage Toes, who periodically pops their head in here, is one of those Red Letter Media in-jokes, I think. Multinationals, you have to see it. The multinational, yeah, the ISO oscillator empire was started here. FAT16, FAT32, good old days before encrypted NTFS. Well, I mean, you know, you can get something that reads an SD card from like I2C and stuff like that nowadays. So I don't know. I'm glad we've moved on from floppies. I wish other things would. Spite is the only thing driving my success in capitalism. I'll show them. Goddamn commies. I'm going to do this one now so it locks this thing in so I don't lose the screws. Boop, boop, boop. There we go. Yeah, I wish so. I had work verb design, and that's sort of my business email that nobody knows about. I mean, nobody knows about it, but I've listed it below. Let's get my fucking gross stomach out of the way. Yeah, work verb design was something that I made with a random, the XKCD random word password generator, and I needed it because I needed a random account for the Reddit Millionaire Makers thing. So when I was like, yeah, I should start streaming, I was like, let's brand it, and I'll do work verb design. And I'm like, that's a little awkward, right? It's a little awkward to say work verb design. So I didn't go with that, and part of the decision to not go with that, part of the reason that I went with Oh Bother, is because I was, at the time, I did some work for Rich and Jack of Red Letter Media trying to build a controller that they wanted to build. So I was in direct contact with them and, you know, working on stuff, and I figured it would be too confusing for them to shout out some random ass account name. People in the Red Letter Media stream knew who Oh Bother was, so the only shout out that they ever gave historically, they were like, we don't do shout outs here. And then I was popped up in chat like, hey guys, I sent you the final designs for the controller. And they're like, oh, we need to shout out Oh Bother. Like, so it's the only shout out they ever did. Like, yeah, it's streaming now. So I couldn't do work verb design, which, to be fair, that's pretty awkward. It's kind of awkward. It has a good acronym, but it's pretty awkward. So Oh Bother ended up being my identity, and it is my old Twitch account that I made for Twitch Plays Pokemon. So I guess it works. Everybody says it kind of matches my attitude properly, so I guess that there's something to be said for that, right? We're building up MakerBeam right now. If you guys don't know what I'm doing, I'm building the Y-axis for the laser etching table. We'll call it a table. Very loosely associated with tables. The laser etching wall-mounted account board, subscriber board that I have on this channel. So what I'm doing is I am lengthening this axis. So we're rebuilding the basis for the axis, and then I'll start moving parts over to this. I would like to get O_ as my prefix, but I don't know who you got to contact at Twitch for them to actually do anything about that. I don't think underscore is an allowed character for the prefix for emotes. It's too bad, too, because they let you change it, like, fuck. They let you change it, like, every 6 months, but... Oh, look at that. The magnet that I keep right there caught the screwdriver bit. That right there caught it. It wasn't a drop. Look. That didn't hit the floor. I'll tell you guys when there's a drop. That's all right. Technically, it would have been a drop if I didn't happen to have a strategically placed magnet. Oh yeah, I'm sure that would help your branding a lot. If you had a character that only certain people can type or have to use fucking alt codes in order to type. Yeah, it made a weird noise. It didn't make a dropping on the floor noise. It kind of went brrrr, and that was the sound of it getting stuck to the magnet. It just, that's pretty cool. What's going on here? Oh yeah, that one needs to move up a little bit. Code Rushed! Hey, thank you for the raid. PyroEsp subbing for 32 months with a 32-month streak. Hi from the Animation Master on Twitch. You mean Ross O'Donovan? Rubber Ninja, aka Ross O'Donovan, has been doing Gartic Phone with professional animators. Code Rush, thank you so much for the raid. We're doing MakerBeam today, so the drop counter is gonna get inflated. But yeah, Ross O'Donovan's been doing Gartic Phone with animators, and it's been a pretty zany time. Pyros want to see the laser burn? I suppose so. I suppose so. We'll have to straighten all this out in a minute. I'll just get this stuff attached for now. Code Rush is the animated master. He has many custom animations for his stream. I need to work on that a little bit. All I've got is the stuff that my friends sent me for the various, you know, like Woo, man, you guys. Oh, I gotta stop eating hamburgers for lunch. Probably need to stop eating lunch in general. But yeah, the animations that I have are these guys. The ones that my friend made for me. He had a lot of fun with that one. I think I have his files somewhere. What the fuck, Pyro? What are you doing, man? Thank you. Holy shit. Pyro Esp, longtime friend of the show, just gifted 30 subs. So who do we get? So you guys who are gifted are a special circumstance. Obviously, you're not going up on the board right now, but when you do go up on the board, your names are going to go up in a single line font instead of a bubble letter font because you've been gifted a sub. So regular subs are going to go up in a bubble line font at a very small size, and at a similarly small size, gift subs are going to go up. So we're going to get Thermite, Immersive Sinner, Hadokanen, Space Herpy, Amazonian Walrus. Oh, Walrus didn't get a chance to sub on his own. Mutant Man, 2748. Lunchbox, 4222. Tommy T. Turney. Prince Palindrome. Scourgeza. Connect, spelled with a 1, a 3, and a capital T. That's cool. Voice of Grog. Zion's Prophecy. BM 11121. God, that account name is murder. Hemel Audio. V6U. Squirrel Brain 79. Jojo Bizarre Read Venture. I guess it's Bizarre. Yeah, it's Jojo Bizarre Adventure. That's cool. Omnister, HL Nas, Art Splunge, Ortsy, Cross Solette, Cineap 76, Nate's Are Pretty Okay, McBobbles, Peter Wolf, Dozen Beer 74, and Bellum 128. Huh, man, that was a lot. I probably shouldn't read those out. I might just need to let them go. Yeah, so Pyro gifted 30 subs. If you were in that list of names, you are going to go up on the new board. You're going to be going in a single line format. So your name will be like as if you drew it with a pencil. What's the longest name Twitch allows? Yeah, Dewey answered that. It's 32 characters. Yeah, JoJo's not going to take you long to watch compared to One Piece. Jesus Christ. If you want a new career, watching One Piece apparently counts as that. There's so much of it, I can't possibly catch up. 25? Oh, okay, 25 characters, sorry. We have that programmed into the board if the maximum length of account names. Although display names can be different. Your display name can have different characters. That's how you get like Cyrillic and Japanese and Korean characters and stuff like that. Obviously, we don't have that, but yeah. No, JoJo's a good watch. It's you know, watching a bunch of muscle dudes play with their imaginary friends, basically. I was like, why would you describe it as that, Father? I thought I was alpha by watching JoJo. I hate those terms. Okay. Man, that's cool. Code Rush. So Code Rush does a lot of animation. That's cool to hear. I need to work on my GIFs and stuff for this stream. Making a little bit more of a unified design to this. Stream is very utilitarian at the moment. All right, next thing up, I guess, is the rail. So we need to get the rail up here. So in order to do that, I need to get a certain type of fastener, which is this guy right here. What this is not all that unique to Maker Beam, actually. This is a fairly common part for the larger style beams. This one, however, is very, very small. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Very, very small and very specialized. You see, this thing is designed to go into the rail and provide me with a screw hole. That way I can screw the rail down from above. That doesn't mean, I can't do those micro adjustments that they do with linear rails where they like tap it to try to get it to be completely, perfectly straight. It's good enough for a laser etcher though. So we need to put a bunch of these in there. Hopefully I have enough. Otherwise I'll have to steal them from the old rail, which means I need to disassemble the other one. I've been kind of avoiding doing that, right? So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's get started. Now I guess I'm going to do the same thing with this one. I mean, do I want to do the exact same thing with this one? Or do I want to put like the rail over here? I mean, the whole reason there's two beams on this is to hold the pillow blocks. Now the pillow blocks could probably be redesigned to be smaller. We're not going to worry about that right now, because the next version of the board, God damn it, I need to put like a piece of cork on the end of this thing so it actually tightens. The next version of the board is not going to use this type of system. It's not going to use a linear rail. It's going to use actually it is going to use a linear rail. What am I talking about? What was it going to do with the next version of the board? Oh yeah, it's not going to use a linear rail. It's going to use Delrin rollers. So, all right. So let's see here. The only problem is the ones that I left behind are the ones that don't. Okay, no, never mind. That one slid in just fine. As long as they slide in fine, I'll be okay. But some of these are badly machined, so they don't slide around. One Piece is 993 episodes of 30 minutes where you can skip 10 minutes for intro, outro, and recap. That's 20 minutes per episode, or almost 14 days of non-stop watching. You guys see there was a post where a guy put on his resume that he watched like all of Game of Thrones in a weekend. I was like, why'd you put that on your resume, dude? Sounds like Attack on Titan, just without all the episodes. I only watched the first season of Attack on Titan. I don't know. Didn't it get kind of weird? I don't know, guys. I also watched the first couple seasons of One Piece. Those shonen anime, they never stop. They can be good, but I mean, I just, I don't want to dedicate half of my life to watching a shonen anime, Says the guy who really likes Hunter x Hunter. What can I say? I like Hunter X. But that was back in the day. That was back in the day. I like the smaller stuff that has like one season that comes to a conclusion and you get to sit there and go, I wonder what the meaning of that was, because that was kind of deep. That's just me. I don't know. I'm a weirdo. I'm not seeing a whole hell of a lot of those little cleats in here. That's not good. I might have used up the only two, which means we're going to have to steal them off of this. Now I've got two more, and I've got 120 extra millimeters on the end of this thing. Maybe that'll be enough to cover it. Nope, I found one more. There's not a whole lot of these things. Not a whole lot of these things in here. Lupin the Third. Yeah, that's a real popular one. I watched a little bit of Lupin. It was fun. I don't do a whole lot of anime anymore, though. It's a deep well to fall into. Do not let it consume you. Do not become addicted to water. Come on, there's got to be another one in here. You son of a bitch. No, I don't see it. I don't see any. That means we're going to have to disassemble this. Let's commit this design to memory. Not that it's that complicated anyway. Commit to memory. Okay, I got it. Seen an episode or two of Attack on Titan, not a big fan of it. I don't know. That is what it is. 12 minutes of new material for every 30-minute episode. Yeah. Gotta recap the last episode. Gotta do all this other stuff. Yeah. All right. Well, these are getting peeled off so that I have access to the tops here. And then this is getting removed. That's just pinched into those things. Ay, ay. Zoom in on the bolts and chat will find one. No, I don't think there's any more left in there. I'll take a quick cursory glance. Observe. Note. Hunt and peck. No, I don't see anything. Alrighty. So let us get First of all, I need to loosen the belt itself. In order to do that, I need to move the circuit board that's holding down the laser. So let's get the whole axis over here. Jesus Christ, is this thing unwieldy. I really should have put connectors on this thing. I was not thinking about that when I put this thing together. I could put like a big set of connectors into like a board. Well, the little lights on top do connect to a little board, so I can get those out. Did I label these at all? No. I'm gonna have to put lines on them in order to keep them straight. Even if we do find one, how do we describe where it is? Yeah. Hold on. So I'm not leaning over you guys. Here, you guys need a better perspective on this. I gotta do the video host thing. There we go. And then I gotta focus the camera. Oh, it was right there. There we go. Okay, cool. Now you guys can see what's going on. So if I label these properly, I can do like 2 marks on this. And then give it 2 marks here. And then I'll do 1 across this. One across here. Just trying to put it in places where I'm not going to touch the connector. It's a huge sub dump. Pyro gifted 30 subs to the channel, which is an amazing amount. Thank you, Pyro. That's incredible. I'll do actually no marks on this one, although there is a little number tape on it, but I have a feeling that's going to pretty easily go away. So that's those. This thing will just break off. And then this is not, I don't need to mess with this anymore. I need to get these 2 plastic bolts out of here. The only mounts for this thing were 2 little bolt holes. So, broke what off? Oh yeah, I broke the lights off of everywhere, and the top mount too. We'll hot glue them back in place. Don't worry about that. Don't you worry about blank. We try to get the glue off. I guess I'll come back with alcohol. Okay, let me see here. This circuit board goes away, which requires the maker beam thing. There it is. This comes with a kit. That's why I'm using it. Ooh, I gotta be careful because it's right up against that capacitor. Clearly they did not 3D render this board when they put it together. Kind of be nice to reinvent the mount for the circuit board, to be honest. It's, yeah, I gotta come in here with pliers instead, huh? Just so I don't ruin anything. I guess maybe, maybe forceps will have a slightly smaller jaw. Mark down the stream time. Bother's gonna have to come back. Oh no! What have I done? Where does this go? Where does that go? This should probably be done with screws, to be honest. I've got tiny screws that I can use here, and getting a screwdriver in to undo the fastener doesn't require me to... Like, if you're using bolts for something, you need to be able to surround it with the tool, that bolt. This one, with a screw, you don't need to do that. Probably better idea to use screws on standoffs. So we'll probably have to reinvent the wheel a little bit for that one. To be fair, we don't need to have 2 maker beams here. We could just have 1 rail, and that could hold the laser out. Although, maybe it would be unstable. Am I actually loosening it? I think so. Moreover, I am threatening to break off all the surface mount parts, right? This seems like a bad way to do this. Ow. This kind of hurts too. Scope creep? No! Alright, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I wasn't supposed to lengthen this axis, but I need to because of the piece of wood that I bought, because I got suckered into it. I got suckered into buying a giant piece of wood, and I was so impressed by how cool this wood looked. I was looking at this guy's wood, and I was like, that's really impressive. I really like sort of the structure of the wood and how veiny it is. I mean, how the grain structure of the wood. Yeah. This is just an eBay buy, by the way. It's just a little eBay laser driver. I hooked it up to a couple diodes. Regular old 1N4006, I believe, diodes in order to simulate the voltage drop across the laser so that I could tune this with exactly the right amount of amperage that's supposed to go through the 1.4 watt laser. And then I tweaked it just a little bit. I made it a little bit higher than that because we've got really good cooling on this thing. I mean, this cools this laser really well. For Burn the Subs 3, what I'm hoping to do is water cool it because it's fun. I think that would be fun to do. All I need to do is take a little bit of copper tube, fill it with sand or anneal it in some way, and wrap it around this and have two little things sticking out the ends, right? Or I could get a water block and just friggin' staple it to the thing, depending on how I want to mount it. I think that's out of scope for us this time. I don't think I'm going to buy silicon tubing and try to vet that out to try to water cool the laser itself. As neat as that would be, I think that's a little too much for us to go through this time around. It would be cool to get rid of this, but yeah, the duty cycle. The poop motorcycle. I'm not going to do that. That's a great way to get a flathead screwdriver embedded in your hand. I should just drop a little bit of rubbing alcohol on that, and it should loosen up all the hot glue. Hot glue tends to pop off, and it pops off a lot easier if you've exposed it to rubbing alcohol. Get my little lights out of here. So these little lights here are not stock. I got these from Alibaba. Everybody asks about them. Got these from Alibaba. They're for remote control cars. Actually, I've been looking for a use for those landing gear things, because both these and the landing gear things just work off of a servo signal. So if you sent these a servo signal, you can change the modes, I think, of the light. But yeah, these are for RC cars. You can attach them to the outside of your body with two little screws, right? And so you can have a little RC tow truck with realistic lighting. The problem is they use the LEDs, the little orange LEDs that are inside of these things are at an angle, and they're angled towards the outside of the case. So it doesn't really look like a traditional spinning light when it actually gets to spinning around. So what I did is I took my soldering iron, my trusty soldering iron, and I flipped all the LEDs 90 degrees so they faced upwards. But these are very small LEDs, and that was a very difficult thing to do. It was one of the first streams that the other Lone Star tuned into, was me trying to flip these lights the right side up, and it was so frustrating. I was livid. But yeah, anyway, I just literally just hot glued them on. They're basically just little LED guys, and you can change the mode by sending in a signal, or by, I think, like grounding that or something like that. It'll change the type of pulse that this thing outputs. So you can cycle through a bunch of different modes. Now the spinning light mode was the one we wanted, but you can also have them like pulse and do some other stuff like that. Pulsing probably would have been pretty funny, but it would have also been kind of jarring. So, but yeah, what I do is I have those running to a little central circuit board that's sitting on this piece. This piece here just to catch the drag chain so that it doesn't get in the way of the laser or the board or anything like that. So this whole piece we are going to have to transfer over to the new axis along with everything else. Okay, probably need to go get seltzer soon, or some form of liquid refreshment. I'll just do a pitcher of water, I think. This is where I used all my lock nuts, by the way, because I didn't want vibration to affect this. These lock nuts are holding down the the line, the thing that actually moves this thing vertical and horizontal, or sorry, vertically. You can see how crushed it is. Our axis is free. We can see how smoothly that rolls. Really unsmoothly, to be honest. And there's no stopper there. I mean, it's not bad. It's just a little bit too loose. Yeah, lock nuts. I mean, I don't feel anything weird about it. I don't think it was the mechanical properties of this that were the problem. Something weird was happening with the pulses, I guess. Very, very strange. All right, so anyway, let's get the pillow block off of here, and then I can slide out more of these fasteners. I wish I could find pillow blocks that are smaller than this, though. I could probably make them. Probably have made them. I certainly had time by now, but these are for, like, much larger setups. They're not bad. I mean, they do a good job. The whole purpose of the pillow block is just to cushion the mechanical forces of this thing and allow it to roll smoothly, which they're doing pretty well. And these are double Z bearings on this thing, so they've got a cover on each side. That's what double Z denotes. Put that aside. Let's get these guys out of here. That would be the job of this thing. So I don't care about this linear bearing anymore, unless I decide to turn it around and use it for my circular saw miter box. That's not a bad idea. So I should probably keep it in decent shape. I know some of the bearings on the x-axis are missing. The x-axis felt pretty smooth though, so I'm not too unconfident with it. There we go. Just carefully slide that out. Slide that out. Now I got a ton of these little guys. All right, let's get moving here. All right, I'm on it. Okay. What do you want? Sorry, a little StarCraft in my brain. How many are we going to need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 3 more. 6. Why your head explode? What are you talking about? 7. Oh, there's like grease in here. 8. Do I have gloves down here? I don't think I do. Uh-oh. I was gonna put on gloves to do the greasing. The great greasing. All right, so the tough part is going to be getting these to screw in. And then I'll want to use the circle, the little button head bolts. These little ones with the button heads on them, I believe. What's going on here? Oh, no, never mind. Those don't work at all. I want to use the normal ones, I guess. They're not long enough, the little button-headed ones. Thurston Waffles. That's the name of that cat. This doesn't fit. Shit, fuck. I think these will do. The countersunk ones. It's not meant for countersunk bolts, but the apparently the holes for this one are wider than this one, so I can't use the normal maker beam bolts on this new rail. Yeah, the countersunk ones fit. They don't have a ton of threads sticking out of the bottom, but I don't know if they'll need it. They'll need it. Oh no, never mind. That actually did. That does lock in. All right. I was a little worried about that for a second. Oh boy. This is like, so this amount of threads sticking out of the bottom is like turn until loose and then go back a quarter turn. That's not gonna fly. Might have to get different hardware. Bum bum ba wow. Phillips heads. I might have to go with Phillips heads. There are no rounded head bolts for these that fit the right profile, and the square ones just don't go, they don't sink in. Yeah, they don't sink in. All right, time to improvise. What about the trusty laptop screws? Did something happen that I just missed after the pyro gift? Line 2186 followed. Thank you. Ugh. Okay, let's take a look here. So these are M2.5, which puts them in this category, I believe. I don't think I've ever bought anything from Fastenal. They're good things. Those will fit in, not well, but they got plenty of threads sticking out of the bottom. That might not be the right size. Hold on, let me get the screwdriver bit over here. Which one is it? Try that one. Yeah, I know, it sucks not to have the right. I just saw something flash in the background there. I think a glint of light off of a lawnmower or something. Why the light? I don't think that's fitting in. Hold on. Yeah, that ain't the right size. Okay, slightly larger than that would be these. None of these are long enough to really get in there. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and I'm gonna also fill up a pitcher with water. With water. Not what you think. I'm gonna fill a pitcher with water, take a bathroom break, and then we'll continue on. Because I gotta find fasteners for this rail. Apparently they narrowed down the size of the rail, so now I'm having trouble finding fasteners that will get enough threads into these little things. And the problem is there's like a minimum and a maximum that I can actually adhere to, because if it's too long, it'll go down and it'll hit the bottom of the rail. That was a very difficult burp just then. If it's too long, it'll go all the way down to the bottom of the rail and then mar up the rail, and it won't tighten properly. If it's too short, it's not going to grip the right part of the threads, and since this thing is a thread where two pieces are separate, those can loosen up. It's weird. It's a weird mechanical problem here. So yeah, anyway, I'm gonna put on a BRB. I'll put up a metronomic, and I'll be back in just a second here. Where am I going on this menu? Overlays, BRB. And then I'll put this up here. Oh yeah, we gotta go after the copyright song.
It was about 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Sitting there high, thinking about my life and thinking about where it should go. And outside my window, slowly still, they groove, they groove, they groove, they groove, they groove, they move, they vibe. I mean, it wasn't like the rudimental vibe. It wasn't something you'd seen before kind of vibe. It wasn't the vibe that you were used to, but it was that interesting thing that was questioned, a superlative notion that existed in a time-space lapse. But they groove, they groove, they move, they move, they move, they vibe. So when the sun went down, when I was ready, I grooved, I grooved, I moved, I moved, vibe, 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 vibe.
That probably counts as a drop, yeah. These aren't great, but they're okay. They're so concentrated though, like I'll use probably like 2 of these. Each of these are meant for like a bottle of water. This is like more than 2 bottles of water. I can cut the music, 'cause I'm technically back. Cut the music. Yeah, it's like 7-Up Crystal Light, exactly. You can see it in thermals. Get BRB out of here. Move you guys up and away. I'm like breathing 7-Up powder now. Yeah, I just wanted something like different to flavor water with, you know, that didn't have carbs in it. I've also got Canada Dry ones that are not that good. Let's be honest. Ginger ale, the carbonation kind of makes it, huh? And I could try to mix this stuff with sparkling water, but I don't know to what effect that would be, you know? This pitcher's kind of dirty. I need to clean it out. Oh, and then it doesn't mix at all. That's nice. Man, can you guys hire a chemical engineer and get some emulsifiers in there or something? All those chemicals people complain about that actually benefit something like a powder mixing into a drink. Crystal Light with a soda stream. That's a good idea. I don't use a soda stream because if I wanted to carbonate water, I would just fill my corny keg with water and then carbonate it, which I've done before. But the problem is it uses up so much CO2 that it's not really viable for me to do. I mean, I get CO2 from the distributor. I'd have to do the calculation on how much that costs. I want to get some of those. Yeah, the little flavor infusers are really good for seltzer, because if you're adding a liquid to seltzer, it doesn't make it outgas as much on the nucleation sites, which the powder does. If I mix the powder with carbonated water, it makes kind of like a froth. I'm not into drinking froth, chat. Frothy chat. Yeah, it's going to take a couple minutes for the little things swirling around at the bottom of this thing to actually emulsify. And I've added a lot of the giant ice cubes. I'm out of these things now. I got to refill them tonight. Got to remember to do that. Also, I have an iced tea spoon. Can you believe that that's a thing? Pretty good. I hope they're chatting at the mouth and not like at the butt. We're just a big tube, guys. Mouth to butt. All right. Uh-oh. Whoa! No, no, stay in the picture. No. No, you stay in. Stay in there. I need you to keep the rest of that cold. Chat rabies, more like chat babies. That's how they made the sweet tea in a restaurant that a friend of mine worked at. They would take, I believe it was an iced tea machine that would brew it. They would brew the iced tea. And so they'd fill it with sugar, brew it, and then it would make a super solution. And then they would do it 2 more times to get a shitload of sugar to get into that iced tea in order to make their sweet tea. Talk about healthy. My iced tea antics have lost me viewers. All right, let's get to the screws here. What are we going to use to hold this thing down? Will these work? I think these are the right size. Nope, these are too small. Darn it, I have a lot of these. These are from Tarot drones, T-A-R-O-T. They're really cool. They're little countersunk bolts. These, move, get out of the way. This guy right there. These things are really cool. I've wanted to use these in a project for a while because they're nice little. Where are my tweezers? There they are. All right, they're nice little screws. These little guys. I like them a lot. I can never find a project that uses them. Now we're working on Burn the Subs, and around here, Burn the Subs gets #1 priority for parts. So if I have a part that I've been saving away that fits Burn the Subs gets it. That's how this shop works. You should have a project. You should have a project that gets priority in terms of parts, because otherwise you are doomed to relive my life, and that is squirreling away parts for the rest of eternity. It's a fate I would not wish on my worst enemies. So like that bolt fits in there, but it's too tall. You can see that it's too tall. Once everything stops shaking and I can get a good shot of it, you can see that it's too tall for the actual rail. I didn't have to deal with this with the other one because it just had hardware that fits. I don't know, is that too tall for the rail? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Unless I put like a washer in there or something. Yeah, Thursday screws. Yep. Monday blows, Thursday screws. If I could find a bunch of these, I guess I could use them. A bunch of these. Yeah, those will do. It's funny, the other ones seem to go through that far too. I need 8 of them. And then they probably don't fit the screwdriver bit. Put that away there. Where did the other screwdriver bit go? Oh boy. It's got lost in the fray. Read the post today, and some scroll put 42 pounds of walnuts in this dude's truck's engine compartment. They'll do that, man. You gotta watch out. Especially watch out if you're, because the climate's gonna start cooling down, right? It's gonna start cooling down. Well, no, we're still like 6 months away. October is the new August. But as your weather starts cooling down, please pay attention to your vehicles and what's going on around them, because animals will start to try to find shelter, including cats trying to find shelter within the nice, warm, protected engine bay or wheel wells of your vehicle. Kick your tires, everybody. It's worth it. Yeah, those will do. If I can find 8 of these, then I'll be a happy boy. All the leaves out my window started going yellow? How far north are you? I'll find 8 of these things. Am I going to be able to? I think I got a good amount. Yeah. We'll see. Oh, yeah, Alberta, you guys are a couple weeks ahead of us, right? We're in Pennsylvania here, so basically Spain. I found 4. I found 4 of them. That should be enough to get us through winter. Or not. Oh my god. I think I have a kit of these somewhere. 5? I don't have enough. Oh, you know what? They're in... Rats love BMW wiring. Ha! Goddamn rats! Oh, excuse me. I usually mute those. Gotta get to Lake Louise this winter. We used to go up to Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire. Grandparents lived in Center Sandwich, which is literally just a dirt road with a couple houses off of it. I'd probably make a good living there in New Hampshire if I got a good internet connection. Because yeah, I'd totally live on that farm. It's too bad though. Grandparents had to sell it. My brother offered to move in there permanently, which is hilarious. Yeah, I'd live there. I could see him doing it too. But there's like nothing. There's like nothing in that town. Absolutely nothing. This would be my greatest form of entertainment. Although with Twitch and everything, you know, yeah, you could sit there and entertain yourself that way. But like, you want to go to the bar and have some drinks? Like, I don't think that's a reality. I think you have to drive to like the next big town in order to even get alcohol in the first place. So, crazy times. I'm not seeing a whole hell of a lot of specific fasteners. Oh, yeah, that's another one. So now we have 6. I need to find 2 more. Vape. As if, you know, there might be a vape shop there. Probably not. My grandfather's retirement plan was just about as well thought out as my whole career. In that, what he did was he had a barn on the side of a fairly busy okay, hold on though. I hear the lawnmowers descending upon me in the distance. That means my audio is about to become fuck. Give me 1 sec. Let me close the window before bees descend upon this entire area. Oh my god, here they come, the hovercrafts. The hovercrafts! Chat, the hovercrafts are coming! Oh my god! Alright. Dear God! Alright, now the window's just vibrating. Flight of the Valkyries, yeah. Dun 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 dun. You'll probably be able to see a set of feet go by outside if you're into that sort of thing. Anyway, so yeah. Center Sandwich, my grandfather's retirement was about as thought out as my career is. He basically was on a road that was a little bit busy, so there was a little bit of exposure for that area, meaning that a car would go by every 20 minutes. And he basically just put a sign up outside of the place that said antique shop. That was it. He didn't register a business or anything. And so what he'd do is he'd buy crap. He would just buy shit, and he would put it on a bench polisher, one of those bench grinders with the polishing wheel on it. And family stream, my ass. But anyway, he would polish this shit up, and okay, one more. We got one more to find. Polish it up and then just put it in the window and put a price on it, which is basically what he did in World War II. He'd just go around and put prices on things that the army had captured. So he would just sell that stuff, and what would happen is hipsters who were touring the Great White North of New Hampshire. What are you going to do on a vacation to New Hampshire? I mean, I guess you just sit by a lake and you go, wow, that's a neat lake. And then you can drive 45 minutes to get to anything at all. There was like a movie theater. We saw the last Indiana Jones movie at that theater when I was a little kid. That tells you how ancient I am. But like that was like a 45-minute drive through nothing but pine trees to get the amazing. Wow, what a vacation spot. There's a lot of good hiking in New Hampshire, which is just walking. That's just walking with a fancy name. No, not crystal skulls. That doesn't count. We don't talk about that here. God, those fucking... Uncle Phil is looking to get a timeout. Did you? Oh, you deleted it. God damn it. That means people who watch the VODs will have no idea about anything that Uncle Phil has said today. Unless you just imagine the one message. Oh no, you can delete just a singular message now, I think. I think that's a thing, right? Am I wrong about that? Mod abuse. No, it's not mod abuse because it was funny. All right, so those are the bolts that I'm going to use. I actually want this to be, I want to sit this thing up on the angle iron. So I'm going to go get the angle irons. Yeah, the single message is the thing. Oh, was that just one? Because mine shows it deleting like, hey now, it blanks out all the previous messages for some reason. On my thing. I don't know about you guys. All right, hold on. I'm getting distracted by a lot of stuff, which is fine. All right, let me get the angle irons off of the wall. What's up, Walrus? You got a sub from Pyro today. He gave out 30 subs. It's like people seeing, wow, they finally made a Matrix sequel. Yeah. I don't know. I hope it's actually a good one. With the Matrix that's coming out, you know, with the original Matrices, the deal was that the Wachowskis made one movie. You know, they made this one movie that they'd been wanting to make for a long time, so they had a really good plot set out, and they were able to get everything completely right. And they didn't, Fox or whoever was funding it didn't expect it to be so popular, right? That was the original Matrix. It was sort of a hit out of nowhere. Not really out of nowhere, but you know what I mean. So they did good by that. And then the studio went, you got to make 2 more. And they're like, but we told the story. Like that was the story. We told the story. The story of the Matrix. Joe Matrix told the story of the Matrix, and now the Matrix is over. Fox went, well, here's a giant sack of money. And so they went, all right, well, how do we tell that story more? And that's sort of what they were faced with, is having to tell the story again, which didn't really work out all that well. So what's happening now is they're making another Matrix, and it seems more like a sequel. It seems more like a proper successor to the original. Yeah, this is the new board. It's a live edge board. I bought it for several $100s from a place in Lidith, PA. It looks really cool. So right now what we're doing is we are expanding the y-axis in order to fit the entire board. I put it up on the wall, put the board up on the wall, and I put some masking behind it. I put some corrugated black plastic corrugated poster boards behind it in order to kind of mask it and make it pop a little bit more. So did we finally donate the other one to the Children's Hospital? That's just sitting in the corner of the shop up against the wall. I don't have time for old things. That's a relic from the past that I don't want to talk about anymore. I need to replicate this. So I guess I used longer bolts and I put them on the sides of these. So I'll need to open up one of those and then put these on the side. And then I think I have new bolts for it somewhere around here. And then I'll be able to sit this thing on the desk without it rattling around all over the place. That's how we did the original one anyway. I'll have to be careful while I'm doing that I don't tilt these and have all these fall out the end. I'll just put those all together in the middle. What'll the kids do without all the lewd usernames? Yeah. I don't know. If the rail's on that face, then that means that this is going to be the bottom. So that one goes over there. Well, I'm absolutely going to dump this out, aren't I? Why did I remove that part? I didn't need to remove that part. In fact, no, all right, whatever. Let's do this without knocking over my drink. Look at how frosty cold that is. Oh, it's beautiful. Beautiful frosty cold drink. Ah. Ah, the French wine. All right, let's see. This is the part that I love about MakerBeam, by the way, is that you can reconfigure stuff and configure stuff and, you know, build and rebuild things over and over again. It's pretty much engineering Lego. Maybe a little less modular than Lego, but you get the drift. You get the drift, chat. You're cool. You know what's up. I'm not even going to read that comment, Walrus. That's not worthy of airtime. Chat cool. Best joke all day. You know, what would I do without you guys? They call this a parasocial relationship, which I kind of detest. I don't really think it's parasocial if you're doing things right while streaming. People with larger audiences probably have more of a parasocial relationship with audiences where they go, oh, hey, Eric Charnesky, hey, thank you for rating with a party of 4. I appreciate that. Like, okay, so some streamers really do that parasocial thing, and they don't interact with their audience like at all. I don't really watch those people. I don't get that. Because, like, I know you guys. I know a lot of your names. A lot of your screen names, anyway. Oh, that was all. Ooh. That was all hard. That was all stomach acid. One sec. You know where I live? I know what state you live in. What am I doing? But, you know, I actually do know some of your real names. Those of you that have donated, because it gives me your real name. It gives me your real name, and I got to put it on financial documents so that I can get health insurance. And not die a horrible diabetic death. So that's always fun. GDPR that. Anyway, I'm not a big fan of defining things as a parasocial relationship because, like, we're hanging out here and we're having fun building stuff, and you guys are being, oh crap! I know. Yeah, I know. 3Mares' name. Oh, you're Charnesky. You're type 1. Whoa, no. Oh, that was 8 fasteners falling out of the end of this rail onto the ground. I knew that would fucking happen, and it did. None of them are in there. God fucking damn it. All right, I'm just going to finish what I was doing, and then I'm going to go retrieve those and figure out where the fuck they went. Yeah, the specific type of therapies that I'm on right now are the only things keeping me from being a horrible mess of secondary symptoms and horrible, what do you call them? Side effects of diabetes, which are, is it 1 drop or 8? Yeah, I'm just now getting to normal glucose levels. One day we'll actually meet or work on a dumb car project. Perhaps. But yeah, so anyway. I don't even know where I was going with this rant. Anyway, welcome to my stream. Thank you for the raid, Eric. You have the T-Slim? It was the, you know, I had to actually argue when I was working in actual business job, real engineering job. I had to argue with a board of doctors and nurses that the T-Slim was in fact an actual approved insulin pump that was, you know, viable for insulin pump therapy, even though it had been FDA approved and everything. They called it experimental, and they said I couldn't use it. And I'm like, bitch, this will save you guys money. And I had to actually go on a phone call in front of a board of nurses and doctors for the insurance company to prove that the pump was fine. And I think for some, they clammed up pretty quickly after I said that it was FDA approved. I don't think they did any fucking research before they said no. Lost Algorithm, thank you so much for subbing for 37 months. Holy shit. So anyway, they approved the T-Slim, and then I was able to use it from then on. But it was the first rechargeable pump, and then they looped it in with Dexcom, which I will not use anything but Dexcom because I've had bad experiences with other stuff in the past. So Dexcom, glucose monitoring, and yeah, Bob's your uncle. I mean, from then on, like, my control has been so much better. So much better. The only thing I'd change about the T-Slim is that it doesn't actually let you get into the settings properly. You can't turn off certain alerts. Everything beeps at you always with the most emergency beeps that I've ever heard. You're gonna die! No, I'm fine. I'm just a little hyperglycemic. Yeah, CGM and insulin pump is actually CGM, even without an insulin pump, I think is the most important thing to ever happen to diabetes. The insulin pump is nice, but I think the CGM is the biggest leap in diabetic technology to come out in the past 25 to 30 years. Insurance companies make no sense. What are you talking about? Insurance companies make perfect sense. I would rather pay a middleman exorbitant prices so that they can negotiate down my medical bills using back channels that are only available to them. I enjoy paying somebody else to say no to the stuff that I need to have done to me. And they're not a doctor, so they're not held back by that whole do no harm thing, which makes them even better. If you didn't notice, I'm bleeding sarcasm so much right now that I should probably go to a hospital, but I don't think my insurance would cover the procedure. You guys all know where I am on that. You guys all, yeah, that would be intentional harm. I could get in trouble for that, right? Insurance companies make sense for their investors. I'm just sick of it all being tied to employment. As somebody who's in alternative employment, you know, it probably makes a little bit of sense as to why I have these opinions. As somebody who's in a sort of alternative realm of employment, insurance companies and your job are probably the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, that's just, it was World War II. We were only allowed to pay people a certain amount. And so what they did is they said, hey, you got benefits here. And, you know, oh, we've got dental. So for some reason, teeth are like luxury bones. You break a normal bone, you go to a doctor. You break a tooth, you go to a dentist. Why are teeth luxury bones? I don't understand. Yeah, refill process every 3 days for site changes. Do you know the tricks, Eric? Do you know the tricks on how to extend your stuff a little longer? With the CGM, with the Dexcom, you can take a guitar pick or something and you can put it into the two. I can't show this on stream because it'd be showing my midriff. But the little sensor patch, you can stick a guitar pick in the two sides and pop it out. You leave it out for 15 minutes. Put it back in, re-enter the code, and it'll go for another session. And so what I've done is I've got probably about a month at this point, so I've got to keep reusing sites. I use sites twice so that over time I build up a buffer of supplies just in case there's a supply chain issue. There are always spoiler alert, as a type 1 diabetic, you have to play the mini game, and the mini game is Supply Chain Manager, and it sucks. It is a terrible, awful, horrible mini game that you are forced to play, and you're playing with your health. So, I mean, while I can go back on syringes, things get really crazy when I do. In the meantime, if something goes wrong, if a supply has to, it doesn't quite get here, or if a prescription, if somebody forgets to fax a prescription over, I can get screwed very, very quickly. So you got to build up a buffer of supplies, and I'm kind of struggling with the insulin right now. I don't have a buffer of insulin because I had a supply chain issue. Yeah, it's a disaster we have to fight every month. In other countries, you know, they just get their supplies in the mail every month, and they don't have to worry about it. It's kind of weird, right? And they don't have to pay for it either. That must be nice. But no, because so many people needed jobs at once and they had to somehow incentivize people to work places, they invented a thing called health insurance. Well, they tied health insurance to employment, and from there on, we became indentured servants. I saw a post from one of the advocates for you know, eliminating the cost of insulin, and they posted something today where an opponent of that said, like, diabetics just get insulin for free. It's part of health insurance. It's like, oh no, I'm sorry, man. People spend $500 a month, up to $2,000 a month actually, on these insulins. And Humalog came out in what, the early 90s, right? The early 90s. Yeah, it's totally not true what this person said, by the way. Yeah. But Humalog, the type of insulin, it's like a 15-minute acting insulin. It's a different formula from just the regular old insulin whose patent was given away for $1 because it wouldn't have been moral, is what the Canadian doctor said, right? So Humalog has been around since the 90s, and the formula hasn't changed. But the price is up hundreds of %. And all the companies that produce these insulins and all the slightly different types, all of them have been raising the price in lockstep with one another for years. It's amazing. Speaking of insulin, any recommendations of where to donate extra insulin? Fortunate we find ourselves with a significant surplus. Yeah, there are subreddits that you can find where to send extra insulin. There are marketplaces where you can sell extra insulin. You could probably sell it for very cheap. You know, just to, you know, hey, you pay shipping and I'll send you this insulin. But yeah, there are other places. I believe there are diabetic forums where people share that kind of information. I don't know them directly. You'll have to do the legwork on that for me. If you find anything good, let me know, just so I know about them. Because I barely knew the existence of these things until I met a bunch of diabetics on IRC. Those people eventually became, they were from the Reddit diabetic section, R Diabetes, which is cool. It was cool meeting people that weren't stupid who had diabetes. Oh, it's absolutely price fixing, yeah. Mm-hmm. But since it's medical stuff, they have lobbyists and stuff. They don't get in trouble for it. Why isn't this sliding? I don't understand. What did I do? I loosened all these bolts. That should slide up and down, unless this is like locking it in place. Loosen everything. I'm just trying to get the distance between these rails correct so that I know where they are. This isn't moving at all. There it goes. twiztedsizter. Say it right, it's diabetes. Believe me, man, I've been hearing that joke for 28 years. How long have I... 28 years. I've been hearing that joke. 28 years. All right, let's see here. So we got to mount this thing, and I need the maximum amount of movement between the two carts. And I need to hang the motor off of the bottom. The one with the 2 holes is the bottom. So let me orient this thing so that the bottom is to the left. Bottom is to the left. So the top does not need a lot of room. How much room does that need currently? There's like grease on the rail. I've only been hearing it for 10. When did those commercials come out? I probably had diabetes before those commercials came out, to be honest. When did the Wilford Brimley commercials come out and ruin jokes for all of diabetes forever? Sorry, guys, I don't mean to be heavy on the diabetes stuff, but you know, we got more than a couple people here with it, so it's good to commiserate. Why am I using this ruler? I should probably be using the different ruler. No, it's not the diabetes, and it's not diabetes. It's the beatus. I love hearing about diabetes. Are you sure? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't mean to, it's a lot of doom and gloom that I don't really want to infect my streams, you know? It's hard not to just like talk about health problems all the time, you know? You want to talk to people about it. But I don't want to focus on that. 70 millimeters. Wait. 7 centimeters. Derp. See the episode of South Park where they did the Scott Malkinson show? No, man. Oh, Jesus Christmas. Okay. Twisted Sister, thank you so much. Blockchain, of course, is the first one to come in here. Oh my God. Twisted Sister, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I should tell you, man, Twisted Sister, 50 gifted subs. That's a big chunk. Well, the problem is half of that goes to Twitch, so maybe not. But that pays for a chunk of the new board. Boop. Which doesn't have anything on it, but it's a live edge board. We've had to expand the y-axis in order to accommodate the larger live edge board, that thing over there on the wall. We're currently reinventing Burn the Subs just a little bit. We're expanding one of the axes. The other axis is the same. I'm cleaning out some of the water cooling stuff, and I'm really tempted to run hoses all the way to the laser. I'm not going to do that. We're basically making a version 2.5. So those 50 gifted subs, the money that I'm going to get from that, not only is going to go almost entirely towards this multi-$100 piece of wood that I got in Lydith, Pennsylvania, but all those names, all these people that are going in, are going to be added to a list of names, believe it or not. All these names are going to be added to a list of names. Those names are going to go in a single line font after we've burnt all of the OG subs in between boards. So gifted subs are going to be handled a little differently. Pyro S gifted 30 subs at the beginning of this. Now you're gifting 50. It's insane. You guys are so generous. I cannot, it's like an out of body moment. It's like, I don't understand you people willing to give all of this stuff to this channel and the weird shit that we do here. But those names, your original subs, your OG subs, are going to go into the board randomly. So there will not be a first name into the board, but we will have a big list of names that will go in. Now, there will be somebody who's first in that pack, but we don't know who that is, and that's going to help obfuscate it a little bit, because I didn't want like a mad dash to be the first name into the board. So those are going to burn up double line font. We'll get all these gift subs as a single line font, and that'll start to kind of, oh, and every name is going to be the same size. Every OG sub is going to be in bubble font, probably the smallest size of bubble font that we do right now. And then the gift subs are going to be in kind of a middle size of the single line. So there will be tiny names all around the big names. I think there are more OG subs than there are gift subs around here. So I don't think it's going to have quite the effect that we would think. But we'll have to see how it goes in, because it's a hard thing for us to simulate. And we'll see when the board fills up. It'll probably fill up faster this time. Hopefully it'll take a year, but damn, 50 subs, dude. Thank you so much. Boop, 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 boop. You're officially old when you talk about health problems. Yeah, so maybe I shouldn't. Is it tax season? That is an impressive board. Yeah, I'm excited about it. When I hear about the cost, how much I paid for it, not happy. But I'm pretty excited to put some names up on it. It's a super thick board. Like I could make like a bench out of that thing, you know? Could have been wingdings. No. Any estimate on how many names will fit? No. The other board was so much more engineerable. We could figure out that about 6,000 names would fit. And at exactly 5,500, we had somebody whose name was all caps maximum character limit come in and just go, this is a neat stream, I'll subscribe. They didn't even know about the board, and then bam, they killed it. So pretty cool that they killed it that way, because that was We didn't think about that being a possibility. I thought we would just get, you know, the normal subs. You know, I haven't had anybody join my Discord in 2 months. Things are kind of quiet around this channel right now until we get the new thing, right? Workshop bench. It's a thought. I don't know. How are you going to map the name to the weird edge? So that's the fun part, is I want to make a Python. Now, okay, so I literally, within arm's reach, I have a laser distance sensor breakout board. I just farted. I literally have within reach a laser distance sensor breakout board. I could put this in front of the laser and scan and figure out exactly where the drop-off is. That's one way of doing it. Thank you. Appreciate it. You weren't in time to mask it, but that's okay. I have to write Python tomorrow, and I'm not happy about it. When I got spooled up with Python, when chat taught me how to write Python, I was having a great time. Python is good for stream of thought programming, because you just kind of boop, 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 right? Everything kind of goes together. It's good for stream of thought programming. So anyway, what I'm going to do in order to map the edges of the board, we have to have a PNG image of it, and it has to mask in black where things aren't supposed to go. It's a black and white image that just gets applied to the rest of the thing, right? What I would like to do is build a program where I can plug, like a utility program, where I can plug a controller into... Can it also handle ADHD stream of thoughts? Well, I programmed it. I'm pretty goddamn ADHD. At least unmedicated I am. I had no idea the board was dead. I expected you were going to have to sit through 50 names burning. Haha, I am the wiener. I don't have to do that. I'll just do a brief explanation of what I... Goddamn, like, insulin pump just yelled at me. This pump is the source of all of my stress about beeping noises. It said a high glucose level was entered 2 hours ago. Please check BG. No, I'm not going to do that. It's not the end of the world. I ate a hamburger. Anyway. Yeah, when we actually spool the board up, we're going to have like a day or two of names burning. But anyway, what I'm saying is we have to generate a PNG image that's going to mask out the parts of the board where we're not allowed to put names. So in order to generate that, I would like the board to define where those locations are itself. And so what I want to do is I want to plug an Xbox controller into the Raspberry Pi, use a Python program, and you know, that's super easy to code. It's super easy to code. Make a Python program where I can move the axis around with just the analog stick. And I don't know, hold down the A button or press a button in order to start logging, and I'll just very slowly move it along. I'll gamify it. I'll make it fun. And if that doesn't work, then I can just start another one. Poor pump, it's just trying to not make you die. No, listen, if you have to live with this thing for a little while, you'll know. I saw a Twitter thread on this too, and I never knew so many people had the same opinion of, you know, you can't actually change any of the management setup on this thing without it cursing at it first. You have to tell it to fuck off, and then you can actually make adjustments. It's such a source of stress because we can't turn off some of the alerts on this thing. I would turn off specific things like that blood glucose reminder. Can't turn it off. Some of the ones that beep really loudly, I've turned to the lowest volume level. Why not just hack the damn thing? Well, okay, so people do. I don't think they reprogram these specifically. I thought you could turn it all off except the lows. No, it still goes really. Even on low volume, it's still really loud. People do hack the older versions of pumps back when they took radio signal inputs in order to so you could have a little remote on your hand. And the commercial was, it was like some girl on a date wearing a dress. She was like, I can change my bolus anywhere. Beep, boop, beep. And she had a little remote on her. All right. Well, the thing is, the press got a hold of that and said hackers can get into your pump with wireless signals and kill you, which you would be like, I feel like I got too much insulin. What's going on here? And the pump's like, Jesus Christ, I just injected you with 25 units. It's the max. And you're like, oh, that sucks. I'm going to go get some orange juice. You drink some orange juice, you're fine. And the hacker's like, haha, got him. And like nothing happens. But what happened was the pump companies got a hold of that and they mega encrypted their wireless signals. What people were building before were wireless interceptors. So you'd have a little circuit board that had a microcontroller on it, and it had Bluetooth, and then it had whatever 433 megahertz radio protocol that the pump would use. And so that thing was able to instigate control over the pump and change basal rates, change boluses, and do all sorts of stuff like that, while it was able to communicate via Bluetooth with your phone. And so you could have somebody, like if your kid was playing soccer, you could see that their glucose level was going down and be like, hey, pull little Timmy, we got to get him some orange juice, right? Or you could have your doctor drop in on you and be like, all right, your glucose levels look fine. Can't do that because they've mega encrypted everything, and they're only just starting to catch up with that. There's a whole hashtag, we will not wait, about hacking insulin pumps and stuff like that. We looked at the Omnipod trying to hack its wireless protocol, and then some team at some university actually, what did they do? I think they acid etched out the epoxy covering the chip, and they looked at the memory that was like the storage section of the microcontroller, and they used MATLAB to look at hundreds of images of this and determine by physically observing it in the real world where the ones and the zeros were on the transistors that made up the gates of the memory storage section of the microcontroller. They could read code and get a hex dump by visually observing the gates inside of the memory module. That's fucking elite. That's super crazy. And so I think they're still reverse engineering, I'm not sure, but they were going to get the protocol, the wireless, the encryption key for however they were encrypting their wireless signals. Yeah, there's a whole research paper on it. I've got it on the computer somewhere, but it's intense. So they're trying to get that wireless encryption code from the company so that people can have their phones have its own software that can take control and actually close the loop like these guys did, but for a hell of a lot less money. So yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy out there. It's a wild world. Wish I could set my target to not 110. Yeah, I prefer to under 100 to be better. I'm not quite that in control, but yeah. 110 is better overnight than 200. What I hate is when you oscillate on the line and it keeps alerting you. Want to do that with a PlayStation 1 device, but all microscopes I tried weren't good enough. Yeah, I think they had a scanning electron microscope because they're a university. Good old university budget, huh? Good old uni budget. All right, so I'm going to measure that. That was 70. So that should be about there. I just double check that. All right, Eric. Thank you for the raid, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah, that kind of hacking is was kind of my bread and butter, and people are like, you should do that Omnipod hacking. You could get the $10,000 bounty, because there's a $10,000 bounty on that wireless code. Boy, oh boy, would I have loved to take that paycheck home. I would have had to work for the rest of the year. Although actually, if I made $10,000, I couldn't be on the public health program. that would kind of suck. I'd only have $10,000 to buy insulin with. I don't even know if I could do that. Having to get on one of the public health, one of the marketplace programs, and then having only 10K to spend. It's like, wow, thanks, you've killed me. 10K a year is like ramen. Yeah, but ramen is pure carbs, and so you'd have to have insulin for that. Yeah, it's tough, man. I don't make that much off of Twitch, believe it or not. All right, how much are we doing here? I'm just in a situation. I'm in a weird situation, chat. So to the front of this one, we've got 120. Wait, that was from where? Hold on. I keep forgetting where I'm measuring from because I'm dumb. Okay, so yeah, from the front of this, 120 to the front of this, like there. All right, so that's going to just approximate where everything needs to go. Yeah, I don't like to talk about the numbers, but then again, like, you know, I can't make over a certain amount of money a year or else I get kicked off of the health program, and then my supplies become extremely expensive. In order to get on this program in the first place, I had to basically bankrupt myself. And I was looking at buying a house of my own at the time. I was making good money on medical jobs. Fraud. I mean, no, I had a good job. All right, I gotta pick up the 8 of these things that I dropped on the ground. So just give me a second here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, they're falling out of my hand. 5. Nope. 5, 6. 7, 8. Hey, they were all just right in a small area. That's nice. That rarely happens around here. I expected them to have gone a long way. Okay, back over to what we were doing. Stretch your legs, chat. Stretch them. Make sure they move around. Ugh. Okay. Did you see the newest video from Applied Science? No, but it was posted to the Discord. We share stuff like that in the general topic of my Discord, and it's cool as hell. Everything that Applied Science does is pure gold. It really is. You better move your legs if you can, I guess. You don't want to get them blood clots. All right, so these little things are going to hold down our linear rail. Fat, have you put those boards together yet? Fatanon just got his circuit boards in the mail. I want to know if they work. They look cool as hell. All right, so we got to do this. This is going to be a little bit weird. Still waiting on parts. Sucks. So, like, lining these things up is going to be difficult. I can slide it back and forth, or I can just try to position them this way. If I do this, if I hang it off of the 2 of these, and then I position it, I'm going to start building my homebrew modular synth. Oh, hell yeah. I'm going to do strip board and buy some PCBs. Hell yeah, dude. That's a fun project. Also a completely maddening project, but also a fun project. So we're doing every 2 holes, I'm doing a screw. Yeah, laser's going to be able to come all the way to the edge of this thing, huh? We'll need this one. Please scramble me in the pool, oh bother. Well, now you just made it sound weird. My ages, thank you so much. We still got the 50 gift subs from Twisted going up. Holy shit, that's a lot of subs, you know? Those are all going to go up in single line font, and they'll go up after we put the OG names up there. Okay, approximate position of all the little locking things. No, I'm holding 2.5 in my hand right now. I'm just talking about the plan for when stuff starts to go up. All right. This might work. If I don't bump this thing, this might work. Yeah, just the note. I'm just talking about these little things that are popping up. Actually, kind of getting in the... I can't brush them away. I can smell them. They smell weird. Can we name BTS 5.0 Johnny 5? It depends. Depends on what it looks like. Usually the working name for a project around here is whatever I come up with like on the fly. It's pretty much off the cuff. And it's usually when I'm naming the files that I'll come up with the name. Although Tom Thinks did ask me what the button was called. But I think the working title was Thurston Thumbar, but I don't think that really carried through. I think just the button is a better name for it. Penn Island. Penn Island is just what we always call our gaming stuff. Like my friends and I, all of our gaming, like whenever we have to make a lobby or something. Dun 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 da 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 da. Penn Island. Anyway, trying to get this to slide over. All right. So wow, that 550 millimeters covers it exactly. Look at that. I'll probably have to recreate the limit switches to be work a little differently. Maybe we'll put them flat. I don't know if I'll have room for them flat. But yeah, let's get the rail greased up, I guess. I guess we're at that point. I can't really avoid it anymore. All right. Look at the size of this thing. Something is still rattling, and I don't know what. What is still rattling? Oh, there we go. There it is. Gotta watch out for those rattling parts, huh? Yeah, we'd still be burning names up onto the board for that 50 gift sub. That was a huge gift sub. I'm so happy about that. That's really gonna fill up the board's gonna look well worn by the time it starts, because there were like a couple weeks at the beginning of the old board where there just were not enough names up, and it looked fairly sparse. And that was when it was getting the most like fanfare, I should say, the most press, when there was barely anybody up there. Is that really the bottom? Or did I mix these up? God damn it. I mixed them up. I gotta change the brackets need to be flipped. God, how do I, this isn't gonna be the first time I do something like this. Actually, wait, it'd be a lot faster if I just do the side bolts, huh? Yeah, because I can't really screw those on straight again. Damn it. Ah. I'm hoping for after version 3 of Burn the Subs, if I can get another couple $1,000s to buy Granite Devices controllers, I can properly size out motors and possibly use the open robot arm project to do what I want to do. Because my idea for the next version of Burn the Subs, after the one that has two fixed axes, would be to open it up a little bit. Open it up a little bit and make it look sort of artistic and legendary like it deserves, right? If you have 2K, get a video card? No. If I have $2,000, I'm going to buy more Granite Devices controllers, because I like those things. Tickle my beard. Look at that one. That's going to go up on the board. Anyway, if I have $2,000, what I'm going to spend it on is more Granite Devices controllers, because what I would like to do is take the open robot arm project and cater it to my needs in order to make Burn the Subs look less like an entire wall and more like just something that's on a wall that doesn't look like a subscriber burning board. I probably shouldn't share my intentions with you guys, because I don't know. Well, anyway, what I think I want to do is make it fold up into a box, but it would be 2 robot arms, 2 possibly even 6-axis robot arms that would fold out, one with a camera, the other one with a laser. And so it would be able to unfold and know where stuff is on the wall that can be etched. So it'd be a variety of different pieces of wood on a wall, possibly make it look like a gallery wall or something like that, and have it open up, burn the name, fold back up. I think that would be really cool. It would be a dance of the robots. Are both bolts in that one? Both are not in this one. Arm dropping down from the ceiling. I saw those. Those require a lot of in-ceiling stuff. I'd rather it be like a cool-looking box in the middle of a bunch of planks of weird-looking wood and have it zoop, open up, do the thing, fold back. Because like an arm dropping down from the ceiling sounds like something that would get you killed. Like I've said, if I get a full-size robot arm in here, it's going to be the death of me. I've always wanted, I mean, I don't know if I could use the Bit Commander plugin that Kraken worked on, or whatever that thing is called, to run like a big industrial robot arm. I need a sponsor, by the way, to do that, to run a big industrial robot arm. Wait, this is still the wrong, that's still the wrong end. But run a big industrial robot arm and have Twitch try to spend bits or whatever in order to control it, in order to do a task like cooking me breakfast. But it would be kind of, I had this idea way before Jerma's Dollhouse, but it would be like Jerma's Dollhouse in that it would be a set and everything in there would be absolutely obliteratable. And I would just be sitting there reading a newspaper while this robot arm completely destroyed everything around me. And obviously you would have parameters set up so that it wasn't able to do things like flick hot egg in my face and stuff like that. Son of a bitch. God damn it, it did it again. Where the maker beam bolt holds onto the bit and pulls it out of the screwdriver and then it just drops it on the ground like an asshole. That time it actually made it to the ground too. Okay, moving on over to this one. These things are stainless steel, so they don't have any magnetic properties. So they don't stick to the end of the screwdriver like some things do, so they're a little bit harder to use. That's why I drop them all the time. Just constantly dropping them, dropping them, dropping them. Is this bent at all? It's not. I always feel like this thing is bent a little bit. Maybe it is. It'll hopefully still work for burning names. I think that'll be the case. Friday's stream is going to be more of this because, you know, I got work to do and I'm behind. All right, so we got that all situated. What's the next thing here? Well, I could get the cart on, get that all greased up. Where did the cart go? There it is. It's hiding. All right, let me get my little syringe of grease here. We'll see if we can get a little bit of that red grease into this thing, and hopefully that'll make it move smoothly along this thing. It moves smoothly right now, but it's in the future that I'm concerned. I want to make sure that this thing has plenty of opportunity to move back and forth properly. Man, 50 gifted subs. Holy shit. Oh no, my grease syringe is running out of grease. No! I have to repack it. That's all we got to work with? I mean, I've got a crap load of grease elsewhere. I'll have to refill that thing with bits of it. Well, we can get enough working grease in there for now. I say for now, but as soon as I actually assemble this thing, it's not really going to be too happy with being disassembled. Because once the board starts working, there's not much we can do about it. I'm just going to, like, put a couple little squirts between the balls here and then move them on. See if I can't get that to work into the rest of it. Okay, one of them came out. Don't lose the ball. Don't lose the ball. Where are my tweezers? Oh boy. Gotta be careful. All there is to hold these things in is a little piece of wire. So if I move these too much, they'll fall out. Why is this not advancing at all? Has my grease gotten like super hardened? What's going on here? It's just not coming out of the tip. All right, well, clip the tip. All right, that thing's gonna now completely dump grease all over everything. Lost algorithm? When did that happen? Tiny bit towards the wood. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. That was mighty generous of you. Oh, you know what it is? It's the plunger is completely advanced. That's what it is. There's just no room for grease in there anymore. That's what it is. All right, so I gotta get my red grease out. There's nothing more permanent than a temporary solution. It is true. That is true. Grease. Quantity 1. There's the MyAegis sub. Lost algorithm. I can't believe that didn't show up on my thing. Thank you very much for that donation. That was through Streamlabs. That's why I didn't see it. You're not allowed to use bother in the messages. My Streamlabs dashboard is a blank sheet right now. Okay, well, I'll have to get back to that. I've always wondered why they didn't make plungers cone-shaped to fit that last bit at the end. The new ones that I have are like that. With insulin being as expensive as it is, it's like $10 to have that little cone at the end, right? So the newer syringes that I have do have that. They do have that as a feature. It doesn't completely fill the area, but it helps. Grease. A lot of this grease went into the grease gun, but how am I going to do this without getting fucking shit everywhere? I don't know if that's possible. I got to somehow scoop it into the back of this thing without getting it all over myself. Anybody got a spoon or just fucking dig into it with my hands? I have a guitar pick, maybe? Yeah, maybe a guitar pick is the way to do it. That's disposable. You guys see what I'm doing? I'm just folding it in to the end of the plunger here. It's going to get all over, but I can at least scrape a lot of it. Like this tomato didn't do his secret stream today, huh? Unless he didn't announce it. Is that enough? That's going to be enough for this. Suck it up with your mouth through the syringe. I don't know if you guys are smelling what I'm smelling right now. It certainly smells like hydrocarbons. Okay, so I'm going to stick the guitar pick to the cap. We'll see if the next time I pull this out, if I even see this. Next stream is Friday? Yeah. 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 Squish. Okay. There's that. Hello. Okay. I almost shot grease across the room. Now, the sacrificial paper towel. What will get even more grease on it. These syringes, by the way. I mean, you can get this stuff on Amazon. We were waiting for it. This stuff you can buy. You can buy these syringes on Amazon. The little plastic lure lock, L-U-E-R, lure lock tip. These are great for, like, if you've got a project that involves like model glue, or if you've got, you have to apply grease to stuff. Glues and greases, right? These big syringes are great. Do you think the insulin pump can pump grease? No, it'll set off an occlusion alarm. When there's too much resistance on the line, it means that your body has done something to block flow through the tube. And they have sensors in them to figure out when the motor is using too much current. We took apart a T-Slim insulin pump on stream. I'm not comfortable, because like a lot of those insulin pumps would probably be fine to sell to somebody who can't afford it, because you can still find supplies for the older insulin pumps in secondhand markets where they're not as expensive. With the T-Slim, there is a rechargeable battery in it, and so I'm not comfortable selling somebody a 4-year-old product with a battery still in it. So we took it apart on stream, and it was fairly interesting. There's a very expensive Swedish motor that moves. It's like a Swedish geared motor with a little an encoder on the end that tells it how much the motor's turned, and in turn you can figure out where your plunger is located for the draw and inject system. But the draw and inject system is very small. When I started off on that pump, the pump that we took apart, I would get a lot of what are called occlusions, and an occlusion is something that gets in the way of the insulin delivery. So an occlusion can be your body naturally fighting the foreign plastic that is inserted under the skin. Yeah, it's a Swedish pump. First time I ever heard of the Swedes being associated with pumps. Pumps and dumps. But anyway, so I got so much stuff on the desk right now. It's actually a pretty good backdrop for the for the microscope camera. It gives you a good sense of scale. But anyway, so these what was I going to say? The draw and inject system, that insulin, when I first started using it, I was using a very fancy, super fast acting insulin, right? It was a super fast acting insulin, but it didn't have a stabilizer agent to it, because you need something that will mechanically stabilize the giant protein strands that make up insulin. They're giant. They're absolutely enormous. The packaging material of the insulin actually shows you what it looks like. It's insane. It's like a really complicated protein. That's why you program yeast to make it in order to create your biotech company that produces insulin for way too much money. But anyway, so in order, that stuff didn't have like a sulfur agent that stabilized that huge protein molecule. And so when it went into the draw and inject system, it would actually create little clouds of broken protein in the insulin. Insulin is not very mechanically stable, you see. You can shake a bottle enough to ruin it or make it less effective. And so the pump in its little draw and inject system would actually destroy the strands and get occlusion alarms. So I had to go back to Humalog in order to use the pump, which is fine. That's totally fine. I don't know if that specific type of insulin actually has stabilizers in it now. I'm not sure. I forget what that stuff was called. Looking up Swedish pump in Urban Dictionary. Okay, yeah, you do that. That's a good search for you. So I'm just trying to get grease in here. I don't know if this is effective or not. Seems to be pushing grease in. No, it's not from Austin Powers. No. No, they were an actual thing. I don't know if this is like getting packed in there. I'm hoping the space between the bearings is actually causing some of this stuff to go in, but I'm not seeing it over here. Ah! Perhaps that was an ill-advised thing that I just did. Okay, let's just get the hairs in there too. That'll be great. All right, let's see if we can just work the ball bearings back in before disaster strikes. No, it's not a DNF. I'll be fine. I got it. What do these ball bearings even do? I don't know. They ride the rails and provide me with smooth motion.
I gotta get all these back in. Use your fingers. No, I don't want to get grease all over me. We'll be fine. Just give me a second here. Gotta find a technique. Tweezers are like a second set of fingers to me. All right, let me look around for any more ball bearings that might have made their way out. I think that's it. Yeah, I think we're good. Every now and then you find a ball bearing on the floor and you're like, oh no. Yeah, I am gonna do all that, man. I got it. This is very thick grease, but the balls are still gonna roll into the channel. They're still doing it right now with just a little tiny bit of force. There's too much grease, the balls will slide instead of roll in the channels, causing badness. Yeah. If they roll, it's GG though. I think once the grease gets worked in there, it's not gonna, there's not gonna be enough of it for it to. And of course, those are gonna be held in place. So, I gotta do the other side first though. Let's do the other side. It is pretty thick grease though, so I'm a little concerned about that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I've used it before, but I just haven't packed it into the bearing before. I've got 3-in-1. I could use 3-in-1 because this isn't gonna be like under load. So I could take this apart and wipe it all down and with WD-40 make sure that everything is flowing nicely. But I think just a little bit of the red stuff is going to be okay for it. Splurt. Blurt. Making sure every single one of these passes through. Gets a little bit of grease in it. Gross. Gross. Just gross. You guys are gross. That's on you. That's not on me. I don't know how long I gotta go. It's basically just like an oval track that these things follow. Probably a lighter grease would have been in order for these. I don't have a lighter grease. I have a lighter machine oil, which is, I think, what one of the things suggested that you use. Use a light machine oil. It's like, well, this isn't a light machine oil. Would have just squirted it on the track and then whacked it back and forth. That's what I originally did, and I don't think that was adequate. I don't think that was quite good enough. Here, one of the bearings just popped out. Just get that down there. Now, this is good stuff. This is good grease. It's molybdenum disulfide or something like that. I don't know my greases, man. Man, some of my friends are like oil experts, and it's like, bro, this isn't a space shuttle. It's just a car. Like, it doesn't need the, like, super fine-tuned aeronautics grade oil in it. It just needs oil. Like, it just put dinosaur juice on it and it'll be fine. But yeah, some of my friends are like crazy about that stuff. They know all the additives and the, you know, exactly what they do and what they're supposed to be there for. And it's like, dude, oh, your oil analysis shows this and that and the other thing. All right, let's just give it a little bit of extra. A little bit above the rail.
They yell at you for saying it's just a car? No, they're not madmen. There's a reason they're still my friends. That would be pushing it. Usually they just roll their eyes at me. Probably think I'm dumb. But all right, let's see. So now this greasy mess, aka me, is going to put this cart onto this thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's smooth as hell. That's nice. As a car guy, it is just a car, but that's beside the point. Yeah. No, that is exactly the point. That is exactly the point. It's just a car. It's just a car. It doesn't need the... I mean, a lot of science goes into vehicles, yeah, but... I can't type. That's all right. I interpreted it properly. I mean, there's a little bit of... I mean, you can feel a little bit of the resistance from the grease, but it gets smoother as it moves. If this sits for a while, I wonder if it'll be a little bit... It's definitely beyond the amount of force the stepper motors can put into it. This is going all the way from end to end. Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. Don't talk about gun lube either. I use this stuff. I use a combination of this stuff and there's another one. There's one like a no rust thing that I really like to use. Don't do the it's just oil in a VW turbo diesel, or on the what is that VW turbo from the Corrado? Oh my God, that thing was cursed. VW was like, we want to be different. We're gonna make the Corrado, and the Corrado's like, kill me. Corrado does not want to live. It's like horses. Smooth. All right. Twitch likes the word lube. Did you get auto-modded? Twitch, don't ban me. I am literally lubing things. We are literally talking about lubrication. Literal lubrication. Horses are real shitty animals, aren't they? Horses are beautiful. They're very pretty animals. But yeah, they are prone to just dying. I don't really know much about VWs, though. My old car keys I found the other day. Three Mares says, hey. Oh, yeah. That screen name might clue you into that she might know a thing or two about a horse. If only you knew a horse person. That doesn't make it any less valid. Are you saying the VW Corrado is the Cronenberg of cars? From a design perspective, perhaps. I don't know. It's maybe not Cronenberg. What director is too dense? The Corrado had too dense of an engine bay for the hotness of the motor. And you couldn't really work on it as a result. The 1.8T and the 2.0, no, the VR6. The 1.8T and the VR6 kind of helped it out because the 1.8T was a much smaller motor, so it fit in that engine bay and you could kind of get to it. But the T part of the 1.8T meant that it was a little bit more difficult. The VR6 fits in that car and you can get to it and work on it, but naturally aspirated, not turbocharged or anything like that. That scroll wheel turbo was a really bad design because it would just constantly need new seals. You have to rebuild it way too much. Horses don't have to be useful to be valued. I mean, the same thing with people. Yeah. Guys, you don't have to be useful. You really don't. You know? Just being around is enough. You guys are all very, very valuable. VR6 sounds pretty awesome. They took a V6 and they like staggered the cylinders in. It's a pretty cool motor. Or do you mean the sound of the VR6? Because yeah, not as bad as a Fiero, a fiery arrow. Fieros were designed such that after a certain amount of usable life, they would literally eject the valve, the Brr. Oh, god damn it. What is that called again? They would literally eject the camshaft out onto the road. Does that mean you value us? Yes, you guys are useless. Of course I value you guys. All right, so we're all lubed up. Look at all that lube. We'll have to do that to the x-axis too. Why not do it now? Let me go get the thing. The R6 is also really cool that it's single head V6 because it's so narrow. Yeah, it's really it's a cool motor. Back in the day when I had a powder coating setup, a friend of mine gave me his VR6 like intake head or whatever that is, because there's a big intake thing on top of the motor, and so I actually did a little bit of powder coating on it, matte black, and then I sprinkled it in such a way that it created like a rough surface, which I think kind of sucked for him because he was a detailer, and so when he went to wipe it with a cloth, it would grab all the little threads of the cloth. I was like, pfft. He detailed my car for free because I did that for him. But powder coating is really fun. If you got an old oven, you can powder coat everything metal. It's a lot of fun to do. Very useful. I'm gonna open the window now that I think the hovercraft races are over, and get the carts off of these axes. If I can bother to, if I can manage to actually get them past my physical end stops, which are also pillow block holders. Wrinkle finish everything, doubles as a sander, exactly. Shorty knows a thing or two about Corrados. We were talking about Rados a minute ago, Shorts. Those are cool cars. There's a mechanic by me that has one that's constantly sitting there, and I think it's his car. Yeah, the guy has a love for those cars. Yeah, just an old oven. Powder coat some baby moons for my car once. Got a million looks. Baby moons means racing discs. Ah, yeah, I did my rims. It was great. Is it really that easy? The powder coating, the main thing is that you're trying to expose the metal, and once you expose the metal, the high voltage static will stick a polymer to it. And so if you've got an oven and a thing that fits into the oven, and you can carefully move something from one location to the other, you can get a professional looking coat on it in your garage. And that's what I did. Some people make powder spraying booths where it catches all of the excess, and then you sort of store it in a jar, and you have your question mark color, because it'll come out as like a bunch of different colors in a weird way. Father was saying horses and Corrados always die. Yeah. All right, let me get the end stop off of this thing. Oh, that cool air is so nice. Here, look at the contrast between how hot the shop is and the air that's coming in. Look at that. It's all blue. So much blue. I need that. I need more of that. It's hot in here. All right. Screwdriver. Let me go get those things off. I gotta remove the end stops, and hopefully that means that the cart will be able to fully come off. These are MGN12 carts. I haven't torn down this thing on this level in a long time. Careful, new. That's one. And then just very carefully, because I don't want to unseat any of the ball bearings. There we go. Got that one. They look new, but with a lot of crud in there. They definitely need some grease. Needs grease. Grease it up. Oh, come on, buddy. Go. Get that wire out of the way. Move this cart. Huh, one's labeled 2 minus and the other's labeled 2 plus. I don't know what that's about. Okay. Get my mic cable out of the way. And we're back over to the desk. Yeah, weren't they doing 4 valves per cylinder or something like that? Or no? That was 3 exhaust and 2 intake on the 1.8T. So it had, was it 16, something like that? 20 valve, that's right. Yeah, 5 valve, yeah. And the VR motor wasn't like that? I forget. There's leftover grease on this. And it's taken up all this dust. So most CNC machines and other automated stuff is kept under a lid. Keep all the dust out. Oh, the 24 valve VR6s came later. Ah, that's cool. Yep, this thing needs a little clean out. The bearings still move all right, and there's not too much crap in there, but we'll get some new grease on these two. Let's get this out of the way. Ah, it's all greasy. I just touched it. Bleh. Blah, 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 blah. High boost 20 valve heads became restricted because of turbulence. I remember running a shitload of boost on mine. I was running like 35 psi or something like that at peak. But those had the compression ratio for super ultra turbo mode. They ran so many psi, people would hear it and be like, holy fucking shit. And the reason that they were so shocked about it because they didn't know the compression ratio was like 11-1. You want to see those heads on big turbo builds? Yeah. It was a good motor. I liked it. It was basically there was boost and boost and boost and then boost and boost and boost, and you never ran out. You would just continue to go faster and faster until you were scared. There was one time when a friend of mine went ahead of me in the highway in the moving truck and told me that there were no cops, and so I was able to actually get the car up to like 110 miles an hour, and at that point the car was like, nah, maybe this is a little much, and I'm like, you know what, you're right. I backed off, but it was a pretty nutty car. It was a Jetta. Oh, I love my 1.8T, but it sounded a bit like a vacuum cleaner. I don't know if mine did. Here, let's do this on the scope again, because that was good because I got to see what the hell was going on as I put the grease into the thing. Grease. This is like a picture frame. All right. What did it do? Why? So +2 +4 -2 0. Were these like tweaked at the factory or some shit? These things for 2.5 years plus have been running burn the subs, and I think one of them's missing a couple bearings. Might be this one. Hey, it's me, loose windshield molding. Yeah, at those speeds, yeah. You would certainly be aware, made acutely aware. Grease lightning. No. There's hair all over this thing. Whatever. Can't be helped. Got a lot of hair, chat. Gets everywhere. Of course, it's rough. Do. Grease in my balls. Twitch staff. What's this oh bother guy? He's got a decent amount of viewers. Seems to be doing tech. And I'm like, ball grease my balls. That looked like a flat spot in the bearing. Did you guys see that? That was weird. That was a terrible joke. Well, it's just about the caliber of what you guys come up with. I'm allowed to do it. Whoa, nope, we lost one. We'll get it back. Let's get that back while we have a big open spot right here. Come with me. It's easier with the tweezers if I get it behind the bar and then push it forward just a little bit, and then it pops right into place. Boop. Oh, dear God. I set it off. Everything's mad at me now. Oh, it's like 5 of them. Yeah, the little bar there is just so that these don't fall to shit when you take them out of the rail. So it barely holds them on, which is fine. Careful. No, careful. It looks like there are flat spots on these. I don't know. We're not very close up with a microscope, so maybe we just can't see it, but I don't know. These have had a long life. And they should last for, you know, ages and ages. What will cause a flat spot? If the bearing isn't rolling because of either no grease or too thick of grease, if the bearing is sliding along the metal, then it'll have a propensity to machine itself away, and you'll get a flat spot. And with the flat spot comes bad fitment, and with bad fitment comes wobbling, which is the death of your CNC machine, or at least the results from your CNC machine. All right, I think that's pretty good. I'm starting to, fuck, seeing balls pop out everywhere. Yeah, grease is starting to come out of the other end here. So it looks like some of the bad grease is coming out of the other end. Is that actually popping up out of the mechanism? That'd be good if it was. New grease forcing out the old grease. It does kind of look like that's what's happening. Starting to get what looks like some darker grease coming out of the other side. I don't have a paper towel now. What happened to it? I'll just wipe it right there. Does that look like worn grease, or does that look like the good grease? It does kind of look like the bad stuff. Yeah, careful about popping your balls on Twitch, chat. Yeah. It's generally frowned on. I'm just going to do that right there, and then we'll move on to the other side. That's a big yikes right there. That's a big dust bunny. See, look at that stuff coming out of the other end. Looks like a completely different type of grease. Red and tacky usually gets darker. I've only used red and tacky on this. This one got sort of second-hand red and tacky because I put it on the rails and then run this over it. The other stuff looks more clear. Huh. I wonder... Because I've only used red and tacky, or whatever this stuff is. This stuff, maybe this stuff isn't red and tacky. This could not be that type of grease, you're right. This stuff is pretty clear, too. That's doing a good job for me so far. And that other slide was like real smooth, so I'm just gonna pack this one up and then put it back on the big rail. Probably a better way to do this. I think AVE showed grease in these things before, and he just worked it in with his hands. I don't want to get my hands all full of grease. I left my gloves in my car. Gotta move my toolkit back in from my car. Station wagon life, you know? You forget that there's stuff in the back of your car, like bodies and stuff. It's tough. Tough hunting station wagon. Get in there. Get in there with that grease. You got this, kid. Yeah, maybe it's not as dirty as you expected. It's not exactly in a car, you know? It only encounters dust. Just dust. Straight up dust from my shop. Although there's a pretty good variety of dust around here, to be honest. All right, are we done with this little train of grease? Smoke flavored. Yeah, I guess there's probably a certain component of creosote. I mean, if you guys saw when I took the board down, there was like, it was like taking a wallpaper off of a smoker's house, you know? Taking the pictures down at a smoker's house. Everything else is like stained from all the creosote. Ah, fuck, it's Mr. Creosote. That's a great name. All right. Let us put the little guy back on the little thing. I can move him back and forth. We got 1,500 millimeters to play with here. This little man, put him back on. I gotta be careful with this because I don't want bearings to pop out. Ooh, that's always a little stressful because if you get that wrong, then bearings fall out and get everywhere. All right, clear that a little bit. Oh, the smoothness is so, oh, it's so much different now. That feels way different than it did before. There's just no crunchiness at all to it. I felt a little crunch right there. Hold on. Dear God, that is so much different. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. That feels so much different. Yep. That's the good stuff. I can smell that grease everywhere. That is so much better. That is so much better than it was. Thanks for the follow. Fadanon gifted a sub to Mr. Creosote. That had to be a Twitch name, didn't it? Nothing like gliding on dinosaur squeezins. Yeah. You're correct about that. All right. Take a quick sip of this and then we'll get to the other one. Yeah, that was that. Oh, is it Oh Shit? Okay, all right. It's Oh Shit, it's Mr. Creosote. Of course, Dinsdale Piranha would know about this. A Venturi vacuum pump. I don't have enough gallons in my air source to use Venturis, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't think I have that. The last Venturi vacuum pump that I used was in conjunction with a pick and place machine. That was actually pretty cool. It's pretty cool to use a little pick and place machine with a vacuum pump. But that one, the pump for the air source was located on a different floor of the building. So I didn't have to listen to the damn thing spooling up. How's that look? Does that look pretty clean? Looks decently clean. Let's get some grease in there. Grease it up. Anybody who knows anything about actual motion controls is probably cringing their head off right now at what I'm doing. Literally just injecting grease that's just far too heavy for the application. I mean, we're using this as like laser. It's a laser cart, but this grease, I believe, will stick very nicely and distribute itself thinly so that it will provide way less resistance than it seems. Yeah, it is wheel bearing grease. It's not really meant for this application, but I think it's going to last pretty nicely on this. It's good stuff. I mean, I use it in a lot of mechanical stuff, including guns. But at the same time, like, I think a very light machine oil would probably have been more ideal here, but I mean, these parts are getting old, so you could have just pulled a can of Pam out of the kitchen cabinet. And if I really wanted to trigger chat, I guess I could have done that. I could have spritzed 3-in-1 oil on it too and gotten it to run pretty nicely. But I think the thick bearing grease is going to be helping us out here. I think the thick coating of this stuff is going to be, you know, sticking around for a couple years. Stick around. I wish I still had that Porsche grease. That stuff was really good. Sorry, Porsche grease from the 944. I had a special tube that the Porsche people liked. Sorry, the Porsche people liked. I got told off when I asked my bike tech, did you put grease on it? No, WD-40 is not a good idea. You guys don't know about my hatred of the formula. Water displacement number 40 is evil stuff. It displaces your grease. It pushes it out. It pushes it away. Just like all the people in my life push me away. Yeah, WD-40 will push grease out, and then because of the formulation of it, it actually like dries, and then it'll leave behind nothing. So for a little while, you'll actually get a really nice result. You know, everything will lubricate nicely and flow, and it'll seem like you've done a good job. That's where a lot of this sort of shade tree mechanic bullshit comes from with WD-40. That's why people give it mythical powers, because it is a it's a light oil that will lubricate stuff briefly. But in doing so, you are going to be shortening the end life of your stuff. So it's important to know where to use WD-40. And then one of the primary uses that I've seen it used legitimately for is to keep aluminum from sticking to your end mill. That's about it. The other use for it would be if your tools got wet and you needed something to displace the water off of them. It smells nice, but yeah, it is like it's like perfume. Yeah, Groovy actually used it for its intended purpose. It's really cool. I have it by the milling machine in case I need to suddenly cool off something with a light oil, or if I'm doing aluminum and again if I'm doing aluminum and I don't want the the aluminum that's getting machined to stick to my end mill. But yeah, that's it. WD-40 is not that useful. 3-in-1 machine oil. There's some other stuff that I've got that I haven't really tried out much, so I'm not comfortable suggesting it to you guys. There's other machine oils that are light, but 3-in-1 is what I use a lot of the time. And the one that I can't really vouch for is, let me check here. Inox MX3. INOX MX3. The other one, of course, is any lubrication product made by Worth. But you can't really get those very much in the States. And there's Seafoam. Back a long time ago when I was working on one of those cars that I was going to take on those cheap car rallies, my neighbor's house was redone as an environmental super duper ultra house, right? And so there was a home show that came to get footage, there's a cameraman and everything, right? And they were touring that house. That was the day that I decided to seafoam the Jaguar XJS. The thing about the Jaguar XJS is that it originally had a 12-cylinder motor in it. And so the Brits and their wonderful mechanical abilities of the time, plus all of the moving parts of a 12-cylinder plus Jaguar, meant that from the dealership, you could hook this thing up. The dealership would take one look and go, and they would put a Chevy V8 into this car at the dealer. So we had a Chevy V8, not even a good one. It wasn't a good one. We had a Chevy V8 in a Jaguar. Not all the cylinders really worked, and I dumped a shitload of Seafoam in the damn thing. And so I was belching giant, like, Vape Nation clouds of white smoke into the atmosphere while they were filming this HGTV thing next door. It was beautiful. I don't know if they ever featured the house or not, but man. Also, for a bunch of environmentalists, they sure did leave the porch lights on a lot. Lots of vacuum lines. Yeah, well, it was a Chevy V8. In the end, it was a Chevy V8, but we actually replaced the entire motor of the car in 2 days in order to get it ready for the rally. See, look, that looks like a flat spot. It might just be like a dirt spot, but it looks like there's a little flat spot on the bearing. Well, what we can't fix, we'll lubricate. All right. Well, let's fire it up and see what happens. I don't have anything to fire up, actually. I'm just going to put the carrier back on. Boop. Yeah, there was a lot of fog coming out of the back. Not spraying my ratchet wrench the same night after pulling parts in the rain was a bad idea. Yeah, that's you know, hey, that's what you're supposed to do with WD-40. I would be hard pressed to remember to do that as well. That's problem is you can't get those good ratchets anymore. I'm sure some company makes good tools still. Just back in the day, we'd buy everything from Sears. Apparently Sears still does the guarantee stuff. Oh dear God. Okay, one of the bearings came out. Ugh, all right. See if I can just pop it back in with a screwdriver. This might be the cart that's missing a bunch of bearings. I know one of them is. All right, so I got to be careful when this goes back in to make sure that all of those bearings find their tracks and don't unlink. Okay, it's already resisting me. Nope, one of them fell out again. Shit. Fuck. Shit, fuck. Two of them fell out. Dear God. 3? Oh, this is a shit show. I might need to get another cart or use the old one. So the problem is I don't even know where they came out of. Try to situate these all. Yeah, there's a huge gap in the bearings in this one. That's not good. Actually, they both have that. All right, let's see if I can get this to go properly this time. Nope, I got 2 bearings on my finger now. What the fuck? Ah! Oh, I dropped it. Let's use the other cart. That thing keeps dropping bearings. Damn it. Ah, where'd the other cart go? I know we have an extra one sitting around. It's got all the stuff still mounted to it. Oh yeah, this one's got a bunch of old grease in it. Oh, maybe I can get a couple of the balls from this one. Oh wait, that one's a different type. It's actually much smaller. Oh, that's interesting. Different type of cart, same bearings though. All right, let me go retrieve that other one. Godium, thank you for following. All right, let me go try to get that cart off of the ground between the 3D printer and the brewing table. Oh dear God, my 3D printer is warping stuff. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe the elephant foot setting or something? Ugh, all the way down here, grab this cart. I said grab the cart. There you go, all right, got it. All right, back over to the desk. Well, I might steal bearings out of the Y-axis. This is so cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, this is all for a laser etching board that burns the name of subscribers onto itself at the cost of my sanity. All right, so there's like space for 1 extra ball in here. I don't know if it needs to be full coverage. There's a bunch of extras in this thing, so we can steal them off of the old axis. That should be easy enough to do. Because I remember this one dropped a lot of these. See, there's a space for like tons of them in this one. I'll just whack these things up into here, and hopefully they'll stay in when I insert the new cart onto the end of the 1500 millimeter axis. Part of the problem is the gap, and then the other part of the problem is the yeah, see that? That's full coverage there. I wonder if I should maybe I should take the other one off and see if we need more on that one. Shit, more of them are falling out. Push them in, just barely in there. There's like an extra one down here. That's just not going to fit. All right. Too many. Going back up here. If I could identify which ones have flat spots on them. Well, I'm not sure if any of them do. Oh, wow. There's like a huge... Wow, there's like space for like... Okay, because 5 of them popped out. That's why. God damn it. These things are in careful equilibrium. And if it's disturbed, everything goes wrong. Carefully balanced. Yeah, that too. Okay. That seems a little better. That one seems a little better. Let's try it out, and then I'll bring the other cart over here, and we'll see if any of these are messed up. Yeah, so what's happening right now is that we're trying to grease my balls. We're trying to grease the bearings on these linear bearings. I'm not going to use linear bearings in the next version of Burn the Subs, because these are a pain in the ass. These things drop the bearings all over the place. The bearings are barely held in by a wire right now that goes in front of them, and then they're supposed to roll on the little divots in the actual rail itself. With grease on there, which we did not previously provide, with grease on there, these actually roll really nicely. I'm actually surprised at how well they roll. The only problem is when you're putting them on the rail, if you twitch just a little bit wrongly, it starts throwing bearings out of the end. And I want all those bearings on there because they're supposed to form like a chain of bearings that keeps this thing nice and mechanically stable against that. Without all those bearings in there, there's potential for the thing to like wriggle around and do weird stuff that I don't want it to do. It might not be visible on the scale that we're doing things. We're not doing precision machining, but it's enough, right? So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get nice thick grease in there so that it'll stay in there for a long time, and then additionally get all the bearings in there. I think the one rail that I put on before, I think that has enough blank spots in it that we might want to revisit that one and see if I need to put more on there. But I'm gonna try to get this bearing onto there. We'll see where we get. Please don't eject all of the balls. I would really appreciate it if you held on to them for me. Are there additional balls sitting on this? No. Okay. Luckily, when they're all greased up, they don't go very far. They sort of stick around. When I did that, did it pop any of them out? No. Okay. Yeah, this is the new board. It sits on my wall, and it has a laser etching setup pointed at it. What is designed to burn your names onto itself. This is going weirdly. It keeps getting caught up, and I think when it gets caught up, that's about when it's to eject a ball from itself. No, they're all still on there. But it is... Oh, no, never mind. One of them popped out. See what I mean? This is fucking shit. These things, these fucking things. Please stay on the fucking bearing, guys. Come on. I've got a lot of patience for this. The other one went just fine. All the other ones went fine. It's this one is, something's wrong with it, I guess. I don't think much is wrong with it. Maybe I'll just lose a couple bearings in the process. I don't know. It's not like there's anything weird about the axis. It's just a little bit gross. I might just, like, shove this thing on and just be like, ah, fuck it. Oh, dear God. It just ejected, like, all of the ball bearings. All of them. I think this axis is cursed. How the hell did you do that? Look at that, like all of them are... Okay, let's come to the bench and I'll show you guys what happened. This is ridiculous. I don't know if pre-lube will do it, because like, look at what it did. It like ejected everything. I'm covered in ball bearings. How is that even possible? I don't understand what exactly I need to be doing in order to get this thing to go in there. You just recycling Fadonon's jokes now? I'm covered in grease, so I don't even care anymore. Try the other end? Yeah, maybe if I flip it around. I feel like I'm missing a bunch too. My cap didn't used to be that big. Maybe this is the one that was causing problems. Yeah, it's like as soon as it reaches any resistance, this thing will start ejecting. Let me try putting it on the old rail. Hate it when my balls fall out. Yeah, it's a tough thing, huh? It's tough. It's tough when that happens. It looks like this wire is bent a little weirdly. Maybe that's part of the problem. The guide wire that's supposed to be between the rails. I mean, I guess I could put it on this rail and then put this rail up against the other one. Look at that. It just threw one of the... It just threw it. It's throwing. Not my streamer. Here, I'll show you in just a sec. Let me get that repositioned, and then I'll show you guys what happened. Oh god, my hands feel all greasy now. Let's see. Go to... No, no, and no. Oh, it's not on this. Hold on. Go. Okay, so... End of the rail, start of the bearing. Okay, that didn't put up a fight at all. Of course, it's also loose. That's also loose. But when I did it before, it actually ran into something and then just literally just like poked a ball out. Yeah, that's a little loose on there. I think maybe this is a different... This might be a different rail standard, to be honest. This one might have a slightly larger bearing race. I don't miss the days of permanent grease stains on my hand. Yeah, well, I'm going to be washing this off soon. All right, so let's go back to here. Let's see if I can get this on the end of that rail without it ejecting all the balls. All my balls and my grease. Oh, there's a ball bearing sitting on the end of the rail. Always comforting. Okay. Well then. All right. Okay. So we'll try reversing it. I'll try putting it in the other way around. I don't want any mechanical resistance at all. Any mechanical resistance could be this thing throwing ball bearings around. I don't know if I put like my finger up against it, if it'll hold on to them better. Seems like it. Okay, I lost 2. I lost 2, but I think I'm going to put that in the acceptable losses column. Oh, that's real dirty feeling, actually. That doesn't feel smooth at all. Hold on a minute. Let's get the grease worked in there a little bit. Put these 2 ball bearings in a safe spot. My fingers are covered in grease. Give me one second. I'm gonna get a paper towel. This bottom axis might be the trouble here. I might have to order a new cart for it. I have to buy a new cart for this. Make sure that's clean. I'll run it back and forth a couple times just to see, but I'm wondering if this caught some debris or something like that. It's smoothing up, actually. Just wish I could somehow get that last ball bearing in there. It doesn't seem to be moving around at all. The more I move it, the hotter the grease gets, and the hotter the grease gets, the more it flows. Let's see if this one's gummy. No, that one's smooth as hell. This one is a little less smooth. It's putting up a bit of resistance as I roll it back and forth. It's passable, but I don't like it. There's like a roughness to the movement that I can feel. I can feel like a little bit of like variable resistance on the cart, whereas with this one, it's just a constant resistance. So this provides me with a constant resistance, whereas this one is providing me with a bit of a variable resistance. Yeah, it's like getting tap, tap, tap. It's like getting stuck on stuff. I might need a new cart. Like right about there, there's something going on. This feels smooth. I mean, that's what it's up against. Right there. I mean, we could live with it. We didn't have troubles with the x-axis. We had no trouble with the x-axis. It was the y-axis that had trouble. Dare you try the top card on the bottom rail? I blame missing bolts. What missing bolts? In the rail itself? It might be. Did I just see some bearings fall? No, I placed 2 bearings down on the ground. I don't think you saw any fall out. Maybe you did. Maybe you did. I'm not going to rule that out, but we are missing at least 2. But I don't think that's what's causing this thing to feel like it's getting caught up. I'm wondering if there's like a flattened bearing in here. I actually don't think it's a flattened bearing. I think it's the rail itself. Maybe the rail's off by a little bit. Or the cart isn't serving up the bearings properly and they're getting caught. But it's always at the same spots, and it's actually smoothing out as I do this, so it might not be an issue. I just don't like the variable resistance that I get. If you see, I don't know if you guys can hear it at all. You hear it like zzz, 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 zzz. Nah, you guys can't hear that. I do that up here and it's smooth. Down here and it's variably not smooth. It's still smooth enough that the rails will be able to take it, but right here there's like a... Ow! Hands are slipping off of the thing. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that. We know there's enough lubricant in there. Little jittery treble scritches, yeah. Fuck this stupid keyboard on this laptop. Oh man, typing on a netbook I had to learn how to do properly, yeah. All right guys, I think we're done for now. We're gonna come back on Friday and pick up exactly where we left off. Just because there's still a lot of work to do. I think I'm gonna not futz with the bearings anymore. They're probably gonna be fine. There's just like that bottom one fought a little too hard, and I was getting sort of a variable feel to the amount of resistance from the slide. Now, the way that the board is set up, it's not relying on that slide to be completely smooth. I mean, both of the x-axes are moved at the same time because of the mechanical shaft that spins instead of the like an individual stepper motor on each side. If there was like an individual stepper motor on each side and they weren't coupled together, then that weirdness in movement might affect things. I don't think it is, just because we've been running that system for 2.5+ years and it's been okay. The new one's going to use Delrin rollers, which are just smooth. So that'll be a huge improvement. For now, though, I think I'm getting a little hypo. Yeah, indeed I am. Look at that. So you ate a cheeseburger. At least it's a consistent rate. So if I stop now, I can get a little bit of orange juice or something like that. I can get a little bit of a snack. I'll be good. Did you say Delrin? Yeah, they're gonna be Delrin rollers. Delrin rollers on the thing. Anyway, thank you guys so much. I mean, we had Pyro S come in and give 30 subs. Twisted Sister gave 50. You guys are nuts. Thank you guys for gifting between streams. Or between boards. The Twisted didn't know that it was between boards. So all you people who sub today who are original accounts, like if you're subscribing to this channel, like using a Prime or, you know, just a regular old sub, you're going to go in a bubble font. So it's going to be inside and outside outlines of the font. Yeah, cheese balls. I'll eat some cheese balls. Double line font, right? For those of you that subbed with your normal account, if you gifted subs or were gifted a sub, your name will still go up, but your name is going to go up in a single line font. It should be pretty cool. Oh man, I don't have enough people. I would raid Let's Game It Out because he's doing SnowRunner, which is a fun one. We've been talking about him while playing Satisfactory. Medieval Dynasty and Project Zomboid. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's raid Louis. Let's raid Lunatic Live because he's a super cool guy and doesn't afraid of anything. So we're gonna raid Louis. I will see you guys later. I gotta go eat food. I'm low. Back tomorrow, working on the same thing. We're gonna try to get that axis up, try to get all the mechanicals up on the board, and see if we can move it around, which I don't think we're gonna get to. I think we can probably get to the point where everything is up there. But it's coming together. The new version of BTS is coming together. Did I spell that right? Invalid username. Raid! Who are we raiding? We could do Sci-Fry. What is he doing? Minecraft. We'll do Lunatic Live. Yeah, I thought I spelled that right. Lunatic. Oh, with a C. Yeah. There we go. All right, you guys. Have fun with Lou. I'm going to be back tomorrow. Did I get burned? No, the board doesn't work right now. We're working on it. Yeah, there's the end command. Thank you, Dewey. I knew I forgot something. Only 64. Man. All right, let's do it. I'll see you guys tomorrow.